Here we are in Davos, live in the SDG Media Zone on the second day of the World Economic Forum annual meeting. I'm Dan Thomas from the United Nations Global Compact, and I'm joined this morning by Payal Parekh, the media spokesman for Collective Strike, WEF, and Arne Junghans, one of the members of the Collective Strike, WEF. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, you're welcome. First of all, tell us about the march that ended, I think, yesterday. Who was on the march, and what was the idea? Why don't you start, Arne?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, yes, the march just ended yesterday, and it was a wonderful action to show that there's also a lot of people which have really a lot of doubts if the World Economic Forum is the right institution for having the goals that it would have. So yeah, we organized a huge march which started in Landquart and went then up to 50 kilometers up here to Davos. So over 3 days we marched through deep snow, through cold weather, and we also had snowing temperatures and so on.
Who was on the march, Payal? Who was on the march? What kind of people?
Yeah, people from all walks of life. Yeah. We had, over the 3 days, not everyone marched all 3 days, but about 1,500 people. Some of the oldest participants, especially on the last day where we had to climb 500 meters through snow. Yeah. People were over 70. Right. Senior citizens who felt, I have to do this for the next generation. Of course, we had a lot of Friday for Futures youth who came from all across Europe, including a group all the way from Sardinia in Italy. We had people my age who are very close to 50 who are involved in the anti-globalization movement. We had teachers in Switzerland, in our collective itself. I'm an immigrant, and 2 or 3 other of our members also have immigrant background. So very diverse, very colorful. We had some clowns with us, ensuring that we had good spirit. Yeah, so it's very diverse and very colorful.
And on a peaceful march, was anyone arrested? Was anyone stopped from marching? I mean, how did that go?
No, we clearly said this is a peaceful march. We want a better future where there is peace and sustainable living style everywhere. So we also want to reproduce that picture. So yeah, we had an action. So also yesterday, we kind of wanted to really show our motivation. So we also had some initiative to kind of make disruptive situations to really make this point clear. So for example, when we crossed the street, we stayed a little bit there, we danced, we showed that we are happy, but we also want change. And no, there were no arrests anyhow, because everybody was treated respectfully, we treated everybody respectfully, and so we could really bring over our message in a good and peaceful way.
So a 3-day march, that's quite a long march, that's quite an undertaking, and fascinating that you had to march over the mountains to get to Davos. How was that? That must have been a challenging hike.
Yeah, but the first day was flat. The second day had some increase in elevation, but it was simply long. But we are very well organized. We ensured that people knew what they were getting into. We, of course, had peacekeepers, and we had medics with us. We also let people know where they could take trains for part of the way. So I think what we were able to show is that a lot of the journalists were amazed that we were able to cook such good food for, up to 1,000 people, and people were able to quickly get the food. Everyone helped to cook, everyone helped to clean up, and I think we showed how a solidarity economy can work, that works just as efficiently and in fact better than market-based economy.
So it was a sustainable march.
Exactly, and I think in Davos, I read in the New York Times that often there'll be 3,000 francs per bottle of champagne.
Oh wow!
And we probably used that amount of money to feed 1,500 people over 3 days.
Wow! Congratulations. So tell us, what were you here to demonstrate about?
What we've seen is that for 50 years. Actually, progress to a better world has been blocked, and that's why we also symbolically blocked the street yesterday, because we decided we will block the WEF because they've blocked progress. And what we see is that it's great that they're talking about climate and sustainability, but we hear a lot of words and little action. We know that Adani and Siemens, both WEF members, are going through with a coal mine in Australia, even though Australia is burning. We see that inequality is growing. It's ridiculous when 26 men have as much wealth as all the women in Africa. We also see that the WEF is elite and not democratic. It's $1, one vote. Minimum cost to be a member is 60,000 francs, up to 600,000 francs. Minimum turnover of 5 billion US dollars, I believe. And that means that a very small percentage of society is making decisions for all of us. And ultimately, they got us into this mess. And personally, when an arsonist has started a fire, I don't go to the arsonist to get out of the crisis. We go to the fire brigade.
Right.
And we just find it ridiculous that we believe that the world believes that the WEF is going to get us out of this mess that they caused.
Anna, you grew up in Davos. Yeah. How was that, growing up in this town which gathers this group every year? How did you become aware of what was happening, and why did you decide to protest against it?
So first of all, when I thought about this question, is that we're in a rather small city in the mountains, so there's kind of a local patriotism because it's a kind of special environment. You know your mountains, you know your rivers, and so on. Right. And there are some things you're proud on, and yet we know our mountains, we know our skiing tradition, we know our tourism tradition, but there's no particular proud on the World Economic Forum, and that always gave me a little bit of thought about. And also all the people are very annoyed by all the traffic jams which are outside.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of people
There's no really any clear, direct, positive messages which come out of the World Economic Forum afterwards, and that's also something where you always think, okay, what they actually do, what was it for, and so some people make some money with it for renting restaurants, hotels, rooms, and everything.
Yeah.
But all the rest has really a lot of problems because it's just for 3 weeks. So also the preparation week and the week afterwards, there's just a huge traffic jam. Your normal life is really disrupted. It's not easy to get around in Davos anymore.
Right.
Because you can't take the bike, you can't take the car.
Right.
You can basically just take the train, which there's 2 stops in Davos. So
Payal,
you get a little bit fed up.
Thank you. Do you feel that your message got across? Was the media there to cover the march and the strike?
Yeah, it was the first time in almost 20 years that there had been action, and I think given that it was colorful, we were determined, it was peaceful, and being from India and having a grandfather who was in the independence movement in India, we really took inspiration from the Salt March in India and MLK's marches during the civil rights movement. And I think that struck a chord with the locals in the valley as well as local or national Swiss media and international media. Yeah. And I think we showed that increasingly the majority of the world is with us and not with the large corporations who act in their interests and the interest of their shareholders.
Do you think your message got across to the companies of the world?
Probably not, but you know what? I think they're beyond reaching, and I don't think for us that was the point. The point is about shifting power and shifting power towards the people, and that's why for us, we stand much closer to the UN, and we're a little bit annoyed that the UN has signed a special agreement with the WEF, because we really believe the UN is trying to push multilateralism and democracy, and that's exactly what we want. And so for us, it's really about shifting the power towards our side, because I don't think the large corporations are reformable. Even if they decide to invest in renewable energy, I understand when they talk about the renewable energy goal, they don't mention affordability. There are 2 billion people in the world who have zero access to energy, and their quality of their lives, as you know, is horrendous. So it's not about that, it's about us taking away any support that we give them and forming a new power based on solidarity and cooperation.
Thank you. And Anna, the final word to you. Young people around the world have really sort of taken up this initiative, these climate strikes. Greta Thunberg has been one of the young activists who have kind of led this this movement. Were you inspired by Greta's movement and the climate strikes on Friday around the world?
Not directly. I was already before strongly involved in movement, and
Yeah.
I think it became clear to all the young people also before any big impacts by, for example, Greta Thunberg. It's just really a thing which the youth has to think about now strongly. The climate change will affect our whole life so strongly. Inequalities are likely to rise between the global north and the global south and so on, because climate change is hitting already problematic areas regarding climate harder. There will be more droughts or more high waters and so on. So inequality will rise, and also otherwise for a lot of people which are now young, they can see that in a few years the base of life will get harder to reach, and so we have to really act now, and that's why the youth is on the streets now.
Great. Well, look, thank you very much. Anna Junghans from the Collective Strike WEF, and Payal Parekh, the media spokesman for Collective Strike WEF. Spokesperson. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
And I mean, I think we're on the same page. But what about this? Yeah, exactly.
So Melody, I've got you down for MPA education. Let's have a look at the time. 10:03. Okay. Well, good morning from Davos in Switzerland. We're here live in the SDG Media Zone. We're broadcasting on UN TV, webtv.un.org. So greetings to everyone in the room here in Davos, and of course to our audience online. Thank you for joining us. My name is Dan Thomas from the United Nations Global Compact, and I'm here to talk about unleashing the potential of a purpose-driven workforce. And I'm joined on my far left by Vineke Hasba from PwC Netherlands. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Haider Nazar, the CEO of Maha Global.
Thank you.
Melody Lang, MPA Education, and Chris Giori, the founder of Leaders on Purpose. Thank you so much for joining us for this important conversation around the SDGs. First of all, why don't we start with you, Haider? Why is it important for companies to understand what the staff, the workforce, care about?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Dan. I will start by saying that the most important reason for doing this work is that a lot of companies that are here, in Davos or working on the UN SDGs, They're looking for a business case to drive their initiatives around sustainability or purpose. And there's no easier business case to make than to drive engagement of your workforce. The workforce is looking for more meaning, they're looking for more purpose, and they're looking for opportunities to connect their individual purpose and identity to their work in more meaningful ways. And so as it relates to employee retention, as it pertains to talent acquisition, as it pertains to onboarding and getting more effectiveness out of your workforce, there's no clear business case for doing the work around sustainability and impact and purpose than activating your workforce.
Yeah. Chris, you work with a lot of CEOs on sustainability, on the SDGs. Does that resonate with what they're telling you?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we do is identify organizations that are embedding purpose, not just saying it, but actually doing it. Mm-hmm. And those organizations significantly outperform their competitors in every one of those statistics. So really, employees that are engaged in the SDGs, that understand what the organization is trying to do, and that they embed it deeply into their corporate strategy and then cascade that throughout the organization, are much more engaged and bringing their whole self, and that has a huge financial benefit. So,
Vinica, you're doing that at PwC. Tell us about your project. You've led a very interesting project to engage your staff and your clients in the Sustainable Development Goals. How did that begin, and what have you done?
Yeah, so maybe a small bridge from the purpose. The purpose at PwC is to build trust in society and solve important problems. So of course, if you want to build trust, you need to understand society very well. And if you want to solve important problems, these are the 17 most important problems for society. So the SDGs are, of course, so important and relevant for us as an organization. So we really thought, like, so how are you going to engage actually? What are you going to do? And I would like to say a few things, because I think it's very important to start with your own actions. So you can engage, but of course you need to first look at your own organization and what you do, because actions speak louder than words, right? So we first analyzed the SDG as PwC the Netherlands, and we set new targets and new ambitions and new measures, such as the ambition to be 100% circular in 2030 and have an internal carbon price of €100. So we started there, and then we thought, okay, we're going to engage our people. So we developed an SDG Quick Start as an education, but education is something else than engagement. So then I come to the project you want to talk about, is the SDG Dome. So we've thought how best to engage our people, and we've thought about the two biggest transitions of today. And that is actually sustainability and emerging technologies. Yeah. So we thought if we combine those two into a game, so it's built on emerging technologies, sustainability and gamification, and we developed a dome. So it's actually a VR experience and an interactive game where you go into a dome and where you play a game in collaboration, which we have to do for the SDGs anyway, to reach the SDGs as fast as possible with a VR experience and 360 visualization in the dome.
Yeah, great, and that's really really worked in your world, and I know you brought it to the UN for the high-level political forum. So thank you for doing that. Melody, how do you think workforces need to be motivated by this agenda? How are you working on that?
So the way I see it is that with the rise of automation, companies are going to take responsibility for their workforce by reskilling them, upskilling them. Yeah. So that is going to be one piece that is actually already one of the SDGs about work and economic growth around that. But I think also the whole mental health and well-being of their employees is going to be key to retain talent, but also to attract talent. 81% of millennials expect businesses to act on the UN SDGs. So they have to clearly define their own mission and sense of purpose and see how this can resonate with this workforce, the current workforces. Yeah. So I with MPA Education, I support the solutions and businesses that are addressing those issues.
Yeah.
Key issues.
Haida, you have a tool to try and understand what employees care about. Tell us about how you do that and how companies are using that tool.
Yeah, we work backwards from employee engagement and start with leadership. So at a leadership level, we get really clear on leadership's North Star and their roadmap to impact using the KPIs of the SDGs as an accelerator for them. Once they become clear on that, we then work with their managers who are using that clarity of purpose to coach their employees towards those objectives more effectively. And then we have our technology platform, which really does two things. One is diagnose using data around what employee sentiment is around organizational purpose, their commitment to it, and their willingness to take action towards it as a baseline, and then use that as a scorecard to then start connecting employee engagement around purpose with the performance of the organization. And so we work with companies, as small as B Corps, but as large as Pfizer. And so, for example, in the case of Pfizer, we work with Pfizer to work with their leadership. Their CEO had made some pretty bold purpose declarations for the organization, but then the division we were working in took that down even very specific in terms of emerging markets and how they were going to impact infectious diseases in emerging markets. And so we helped them clarify purpose at the division level. But then more importantly, we used our digital tools to lead their managers and individual contributors on a digital experience around what they personally cared about, and then connected that to the goals of the organization. And so, of course, SDG 3 at Pfizer is an SDG that everyone's going to be focused on. Right. But in addition to that, a lot came up around social justice. A lot came up around equality. And so in these emerging markets, it wasn't just about getting access to medication to people in those areas, but those other social and some environmental issues as well. And so it created a really healthy interchange between individual contributors and managers and leadership about different ways to unlock purpose and create more engagement and more commitment from the individual contributors to get more engaged and involved in the agenda of that particular division.
Yeah. Chris, I guess once a CEO, a leader in a business understands the mission of the goals and understands the goals that make sense to the company, how long is the journey before all staff can be engaged in the same mindset and the same kind of thinking as the leader?
I think that's such a good question because it does take time. I think what we've talked about here is it starts with sort of understanding your impact.
Yeah.
Where do you want to be in 2030? I think we're going to see in the next few years billions of dollars spent on corporate strategy, and if we don't have this SDG lens included in that strategy, I think we're going to get a lot of people sort of putting it as a CSR function versus really embedding it into the organization. But to your point of how long does it take when you go through this process? So I think it starts with the strategy process. Yeah. That takes some time. And then it goes into education and into, a lot of the work that we talked about here. So it can take, I think once having come from Unilever when Paul Pullman came in and really sort of made this bold statement that Unilever would be committed to decoupling our carbon footprint, that really engaged employees, but it's an ongoing education process on how that works towards your goals, where your compensation comes from. I mean, I think all of that needs to be aligned and that takes time. So, but it starts with the bold statement and then all of that cascades through HR strategy, innovation strategy, M&A strategy, everything.
Yeah.
I think, the key there is that it's a strategy. Yeah. And so I think in the past, people viewed all of this as in corporate America, as we're going to do our normal business, and then on the side, we'll do this SDG thing or this give back thing. But as it becomes more of a strategy, which is linked to the business case, if it moves more into a business case that has a material opportunity for the organization,
Yeah.
then just like every other strategy, it gets resources, it gets leadership buy-in, and this is one where employees are chomping at the bit to get involved in. But
Yeah.
I think it's the opportunity is as it shifts to a strategy, that's where it gets the resources.
Vinica, do you think it's helping the bottom line? Has it helped has the work you've done with staff and employees and clients at PwC, has it actually helped make a business case for the SDGs?
Yeah, I think it does, and I very relate to it. Of course, it's to start to really link it to your services and products. Only then it's going to be sustainable and it really matters. But I think it's also important to bring it from strategy to execution.
Yeah.
And because otherwise the sustainable development goals don't really come close to a person. And what I've seen also lately in the news, I mean, you have so much negative news and people get a little bit like, what am I going to contribute? You know, the problems almost sometimes seems too big or too complex.
Right.
So I think it's also important with the SDGs, and that's actually what we did in the SDG Dome, is that we show from strategy, but also solutions on a day-to-day action base. So for example, you know, we use drones, we use new solutions, like we have already the first electric planes, although they are small. You can use Internet of Things to reduce your waste. You can buy clothes from social enterprises, which you work with a lot or invest a lot as well. So what I've seen with the SDG Dome, we expected to have like around 1,000 or 1,500 participants. It's nowadays already over the 10,000.
Oh, really?
A lot of people bring then their clients, other stakeholders, broader society, and it's a way to have a constructive dialogue, how to integrate it in your work, in the products and services, but also in your daily day actions. Please go with the train to Davos,
Right.
Eat less meat. So it goes from strategy to execution in my mind.
Do you measure anything? How do you track all that data?
Yeah, we are from PwC, so all Excel sheets and data, and we have it all. Also, like what people think and know before around the SDGs, and now what they do or how they implement it in their day work. Yeah.
Melody, how important do you think it is for employees, the workforce, to feel meaning in their work in terms of a connection with the things that they care about and what their day-to-day job is?
My perception, and I think, well, whether it's been proven or not scientifically, that if you find a purpose in life, you're fulfilled.
Right.
And that's my overarching goal in life, mission. And how can I do that? And if we look at people in the workplace, do they need guidance to maybe better understand if they're in the right place in the first place? And this whole situation, job displacement, reskilling, upskilling situation with the rise of automation would be a good opportunity to have that sort of check-in. And I think if they find they're in the right place in those companies they're working for, then the impact on their mental health and well-being will be such that they will feel more engaged, motivated in doing their work, and again back to the business case, the companies are going to benefit from it because they're going to have a workforce that is actually happy to work for that company and that is going to be more performant as well.
Yeah. Haida, do you find that your tool is in helping management to make their workforce feel listened to by the company? How does that?
Yeah. So purpose is a bit of an ethereal topic, right? In the boardroom, when people talk about purpose, it's a sort of a religious conversation. but so I think one thing that leaders need wherever they are in the organization is data and quantification.
Right.
And so within purpose, what our tool does, we've actually established this Maha Purpose Score.
Right.
And so we're quantifying purpose, which is a combination of the organization's purpose and the the individual contributors and broader organizations' ability to articulate it and then feel committed to it and empowered to actually execute against it. And so within that, it's already been proven that engagement drives corporate performance. I mean, the data backs that up for years.
Yeah.
But the trick is, how do you get workforce engaged? And so I think what we hope to do as part of our North Star, Maha's North Star in theory of change, is to start connecting purpose data and the quantification of that purpose data and the rise of that purpose data to the performance of the organization.
Yeah.
And but what we have leaders working with our tool, looking at that purpose score, integrating into their overall company KPIs, and using this as part of their performance toolkit.
Yeah. Chris, what happens if the CEO's objectives and strategy is not necessarily aligned to what the staff care about? I mean, not everybody's in a job where they feel that they can make a difference. You know, thousands of workers hate going to work every day. They do it to make a living, to put, you know, food on the table for their families. So, you know, how hard is it to connect the purpose with the CEO's, the CEO's purpose?
Yeah, such a good question. I think that the organizations that we've studied are actually going to the employees to help them define their purpose. So Danone, for example, had a chief manifesto officer. When they started to bring their purpose statement into the organization, they went out and talked to every employee and got the employees to say, what should we be doing? These are our impacts. Where can we really make a difference? Where can our innovation be?
Right.
And when those two things come together, it can't be a top-down process. It has to be one that is bottom-up and top-down and really integrated. And when you get that right, it's incredible. I mean, if you look at Danone's employee engagement scores, they're through the roof. They have so much employee engagement. So when you get that right, and that, to your point, is really strategy and action. You're absolutely right. It cannot be just strategy. It has to come into action. It has to impact every single employee and be part of their job. And when you have that, that's really where you get less,
That's the sweet spot.
That's the sweet spot, but it's a hard thing to do, and it takes everybody's effort.
Yeah.
So.
But Melody, you're saying that there's also this fear of automation. The workforce is changing. It's changing very rapidly, actually, with automation and new technology. So at one stage you're trying to, I suppose, we're thinking about how to engage the workforce in a purpose-driven environment. At the same time, as I suppose they're worrying about losing their jobs to machines or robots or, systems that can do it even better than them. How does that work? You talked about mental health as well, the health of the workforce. How does this all go together, would you say?
Well, I guess it's very, very simply the job uncertainty and what we call the future of work, and I will call it the evolution of work, because we're in the middle of it. It's not like we're in the present, it's the future and it's going to come. No, it's happening, it's now, it's here. Right. So already if we could change that vocabulary and talk about the evolution of work, and it's not going to happen overnight, it's happening now, and yes, it's going at a fast pace. So that's where, of course, there's only so many things you can do in a company and with your existing workforce and see how you can best look after them. But maybe you can also take responsibility of helping them if they need to change career. And I think that's what the future and the evolution of work is about, is that it's going to be a lifelong learning journey with multiple careers over a lifetime. We're going to have to re-teach ourselves new things as we go all the time. And that's and here we're really talking about people who are in the workplace and in or out. But if you look at one step before that, is the education system that is not catering for today's workplace. So graduates are not job ready. Corporates struggle to find people with the right skills. There's a huge skills gap crisis. So it's not a lack of jobs, it's a lack of skilled people for those new jobs. So how can education work in closer partnership with industry to prepare those young people to the workplace? And I think that's also key to the answer.
Absolutely, and that's another panel coming up here on Web TV.un.org later with our Principles for Responsible Management Education. We're working with a number of the leading business schools to try and engage business students actually in the SDGs to make them a bit more ready for the environment that they're going to. I'm going to just ask one last question, and I want a very short answer for each of you. It's the decade of action, we're calling it. We've got 10 years to go. Very quickly, from each of you, do you think that the workforce, your staff at PwC and other places, do they understand the deadlines we're working under, the urgent need for action, and are they moving fast enough to achieve this agenda that we're all trying to work together to achieve? Vinica, why don't we start with you? Just briefly, please.
Very briefly, yeah. We're not there yet, but I'm very hopeful that we are, because if I see the change, it's really rapidly coming and going. So are we there yet? No, but I'm hopeful, yes. And I think that what we should do is also really involve the next gen, because their energy, their insights, their belief that their actions count really matters. So so let's do that. And one last thing, what I learned in the last year, I think that you know, education is also about giving or providing people an experience.
Right.
And from what I learned is that the SDG Dome worked also because it was an experience, and not that we touch people with VR instead of telling them what to do.
Very good.
Thank you.
Haida.
Yeah, I would say unfortunately, in my experience outside of the CSR departments, most corporations aren't really aware of the SDGs, and it's unfortunate in my experience.
After 5 years of
use the dome,
and that's also a U.S. centric view. But what I would say is that, and that's why I keep going back to this conversation around no corporation is focused on implementing SDGs. That's not a something that's flying around in corporate boards.
Apart from yours.
I'm trying to support them.
Right.
But what I would say is those large organizations, they are trying to figure out how to create high performance organizations in this new paradigm of business.
Right.
Call it a purpose-driven business, and companies like Patagonia have set the standard for how you can use purpose as a competitive advantage.
Right.
And I think a lot of organizations are interested in figuring out how to do that.
Yeah.
And you can't do it by putting a banner in the lunchroom. You got to actually be authentic. So that's
Melody, your answer, short answer.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to be very short. So you're talking about corporation. I think if we have a movement coming from the people, and I think they're key, so a bottom-up approach, they will actually educate maybe those corporations, because it goes hand in hand, because they realize they need to do that to
from the bottom
have
up.
those status. So the bottom up, and can technology also help scale any solutions? Because if you're saying we've got only 10 years left.
Well, we do.
If we leverage
Yeah.
technology in a smart way. We can do
Absolutely.
that.
Chris?
I would say I think there's a lot of awareness.
Yes.
But I don't think we're moving fast enough, and I think
Right.
there's a lot of work to be done, and in a very short time.
Very
So,
good. Well,
yeah.
we better hurry up and finish this panel as
Yeah,
well,
thank
because
you.
there's 10 years to go. We've got a lot of work to do to achieve this sustainable development agenda. Melody Lang, thank you so much. Haida Nazar, Vinica Hagsma, and Chris Giori, thank you so much for joining us here in the SDG Media Zone, live from Davos, Switzerland. Thank you. Thank you.
It's also going to be available afterwards as a recorded video.
I'm a little nervous, so I'm just going to take a second.
If you're interested, we could maybe kind of like you on that district.
Definitely.
Okay. Hello from the SDG Media Zone in Davos, Switzerland. We're broadcasting live on UN Web TV, and we have an exciting panel here to talk about making the SDGs popular through culture and creativity, and specifically through Together Band. So we have with us Cameron Soul, the co-founder of Bottle Top and Together Band, and Ms. Angela Wiebeck, the head of the UBS in Society program, and Rajesh Mirchandani, the Chief Communications Officer for the UN Foundation. So we'll kick it off with Cameron. Tell us more about Together Band. What is it? How did this initiative come about?
Thank you. Together Band was really the culmination of a 17-year journey on our part. We founded Bottle Top in 2002 as a vehicle to both empower artisans through the creation of sustainable luxury design and raise funds for health education programs. And what we discovered over the years of working, creating product in this space that empowered artisans, was that also we noticed that people, by wearing our products, became ambassadors for the issues that we were addressing. They became ambassadors for poverty alleviation, for recycling, for sustainability as a whole. And we noticed that they became quite vocal. And so when we met Amina Mohammed in September 2015, which is obviously when the global goals were announced, we said, what can we do to throw our weight behind this? And what can we do using our, I guess, experience over the years to create products that can be a conversation starter, that can engage. In our case with Together Band, we're setting out to engage over 1 billion people in the conversation around the global goals. And so that was the kind of the learning that went into it. And for us, it was about designing a product that people all around the world could wear and could share, an invitation to choose the global goal that's closest to our hearts, that resonates with us most, and then share it with somebody that we're close to and that is special in our lives. So we designed the Together bands, which you can see here and are represented by my colleagues as well. And they're quite special in and of themselves because, again, they're addressing the majority of the goals through the creation. They're made from illegal firearm metal that's been melted down from conflict areas in El Salvador, ocean plastic that's been collected by hand from coastlines in and around Costa Rica, and the making has been done by women who've been affected by human trafficking or have been supported from the streets in Kathmandu, Nepal. So we're positively impacting many of the global goals and sharing those stories in the process. So it's about humanizing the global goals.
And Angela, UBS is a founding partner of Together Band. Why did you choose to get involved in this initiative?
Yeah, so we're very excited about this opportunity to partnership with the likes of Bottle Top, the UN Foundation, the WWF, and others, because SDG number 17, of course, Partnership for the Goals, is really the only way we can all agree that we're going to reach this ambitious 2030 agenda. And for UBS, the Together Band allows us to raise awareness for the goals, which we know at the street level, the average person still is not that aware of what the global goals are all about. And it also allows us to amplify the sustainability and philanthropic work that we already do. So to put that into context, we currently have about 180 million US dollars deployed towards programs that we know have proven impact on the SDGs. And the Together Band allows our employees to choose which band is important to them and precious to them, but at the same time to talk about some of the programs that the band support.
And so this is a great example of a business civil society partnership for the SDGs. Rajesh, why are partnerships so important, and how is UN Foundation supporting this?
Well, Martina, I think that firstly, this to me is a friendship bracelet for the world. It brings so many people together around a common purpose, the purpose being the future of peace and prosperity on a healthy planet that we all want, as enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals that all countries signed up to in 2015. So it's not a surprise that the UN Foundation would be behind this idea. Partnership is in our DNA, and we know, and we have always known in the 21 years that we've been going, that we can't achieve the things that we as humanity need to achieve, the SDGs, one sector by one sector by one sector. Everyone has to work together. It takes everyone everywhere. Everyone has a part to play. What I love about this product is firstly the sustainability that's inherent in it anyway. I mean, who doesn't want to wear fabulous looking upcycled materials? But I also love the fact that this helps us reach an audience where they are. The goals, the 17 SDGs, it's a complicated framework. We have to admit that. And even the word framework can scare some people off. But when you tell people the issue that you care about is included in this framework, and you can remind yourself of it every day, and you can also do that in a way that looks great through something that people are already interested in, fashion and fashion accessories, then you're getting to that audience and you're getting to them in a place where they are already. So you don't have to kind of preach at them. You talk to them with a product that they already understand and they already love. And this is a reminder of the things that we care about. So today I'm wearing a blue band for Life Below Water. Tomorrow I might wear another one. But as soon as you allow people to see that what they care about can be reflected in fashionable and cool looking items, they see themselves in the goals. And that's critical for everyone coming together to help make progress on the SDGs.
Yeah, it's a great example of how to use creativity and culture to really popularize the global goals and mobilize people. Can you talk a little bit more about what impact you've seen, how this has made a difference for people around the world?
Absolutely. So, I mean, the first phase of the campaign has been about taking people on a journey through these 17 critical subject areas, which when packaged all at once can be a lot for people to digest, particularly people who are new to the conversation. So first base, what we wanted to do was break the goals down one by one, and have a conversation about these issues through extraordinary individuals. So as we've been going goal by goal every sort of 4 to 6 weeks, which we'll be doing through until the end of 2020, we've been inviting incredible voices from across the cultural spectrum to talk about why their respective global goal matters to them personally and who they're sharing their second band with across their social media channels. So again, it's about unpacking all of the extraordinary stories that sit behind each of these areas that people can truly connect with. And the reaction from the general public has been remarkable. The campaign's generated over 800 million impressions in just 8 months. We launched the campaign on Earth Day last year, and we get an endless stream of feedback from the general public about how happy they are to have encountered the goals through the campaign and feel empowered to be able to, as Rajesh said, talk about their own experiences in those goal spaces and share them. So we've been really excited by that combination of leveraging social media and digital technology to really drive immediacy and visibility around the issues, and then coupling that with activations at key live moments, key cultural moments, where we bring additional experts and activists and other voices around the issues to drive actions.
And Angela, big businesses like UBS are investing more and more in sustainability, aligning their corporate strategies with the global goals. How has this initiative helped you communicate on sustainability internally and externally?
It's been super powerful in helping us communicate the work that we're already doing in sustainability on the SDGs, as well as raising awareness for other programs for the SDGs. And we have, as Cameron mentioned, we had an ambitious goal in terms of awareness, which I think we could even make more ambitious.
Yep.
We have our senior leaders and all of our executives wearing the Together band and communicating with our employees, and it's been super powerful because we have over 66,000 employees in over 56 countries that are engaging in dialogues with their clients about the SDGs and each other and their families about which SDGs are important to them, and equally able to discuss about what are some of the projects that the UBS supports towards those SDGs. We do believe it's very important, we have a very important role to play in mobilizing capital towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's our a very ambitious goal to connect with the public-private sector to get there.
And just on that point, Cameron could not do this on his own. Angela could not do this on his own. The UN Foundation could not do this on their own. There's not only partnership in bringing consumers together into the goals, this is partnership behind the scenes that's delivered this product, and that's so critical. We, as you know, Martina, we are at the beginning of the last decade of delivery for the Sustainable Development Goals. We have 10 years left to deliver them, to create the world that we want. We have to shift our trajectory, and whatever it takes, we need to do that in order to put the world on a path that's going to deliver the goals in full and on time for everyone, everywhere, and leaving no one behind. So it takes partnerships like this. We want more partners involved as well. And companies like UBS, it's great to have your partnership and your leadership, not just in producing a product like this and helping to communicate it, but engaging your staff as well, because they're your greatest ambassadors and they're a critical constituency in getting behind the work that you do, the products that you make. If they believe in this, they're going to talk about it to everybody else, and they're going to want to work on it even more. So thank you to you for doing that, but it's critically important that we get as many people involved in whatever way we can get them involved.
Yeah, I'd also just like to jump on the back of that. I think the role that UBS has played also in terms of working with us strategically, not only in terms of identifying extraordinary projects on the ground that can benefit as we go along with the campaign and scale the campaign in terms of the funds that we raise, but also in terms of working in a smart way to onboard other corporate partners with the campaign. Because I think what we've seen has been an extraordinary reaction from the general public, but what we've also seen has there's an extraordinary reaction across the ecosystem and universe within UBS. And so we're able to say, okay, actually, strategically, we can attack these issues geography by geography with the support of other key corporate partners, which UBS has also been working with us to onboard. And I think it's an experiment, this whole campaign, if you like, in terms of a private-public partnership like this. But I think that, to Rajesh's point, is what's critical when you're facing unprecedented challenges. You have to think outside the box and really leverage areas that wouldn't necessarily normally traditionally have worked together. And I think the reaction we've seen has been very exciting.
When we act together, change happens.
Yeah.
So we'll probably, hopefully, see this initiative grow over the years. And as Rajesh says, we only have 10 years to go to achieve the goals by the target date. So this is a very welcome initiative, and congratulations. And where can we buy the bands? I want one.
Thank you. Here in Davos, you can go just down this street here to the UBS branch, and we have the full selection there. You can also choose one at Davos House if you're heading in that direction.
Most people are not in Davos.
For people not in Davos?
In Davos House. Yeah, for people who are not in Davos,
like
most of the world, in togetherband.org. So please go to togetherband.org. We're shipping carbon neutrally all over the world, the Together Band, so please choose your goal and share it with somebody that you love.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Cameron Saul, Angela Wiebeck, and Rajesh Mirchandani. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Organizations in the Global Compact are taking action. 71% of CEOs believe that business can make a profound impact on delivering the goals, but interestingly, only 21% of them think they are. So that's a question, and that actually translates to the reality that we know we're not yet on track to meet the goals. The finance community is getting engaged, CEOs are very engaged, but really it's a real chance for the brands and the marketing community to take a lead. Brands are really the external face of organizations, can have massive impact on customers, on all stakeholders, on consumers. So I'd really like to hear from you guys. The first question, and I'll ask it to you, Barry, first of all. Tell me how the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, can help you drive your purpose and your brand, and indeed the creativity, to deliver growth for your organization, but also at the same time help us deliver the societal goals.
Thank you very much. So my company, Firmenich, is the largest family company in the fragrance and flavor business. So we are a B2B company. Our brand purpose is naturally for good, creators of positive emotions. What does it mean? It means that everything we do comes from nature, inspired by nature. And as we've seen here in Davos, half of the world GDP almost comes from nature. So that's quite critical for our business as well. Why is this brand purpose so fundamental for us? It has been for years now a way to engage our people internally. I think to meet the goals, it's not just about me as a chief sustainability officer driving the goals into the company. It's about creating a story for everybody, from human resources to research to finance. So I think there's the internal engagement, and the brand purpose helps that. And then, of course, as you said, it's a value chain approach. So we certainly engage with our thousands of suppliers, from a vanilla farmer in Madagascar to other kind of provider we have in our business around this conversation. And then, of course, with our clients, being all of the FMCGs, the luxury companies. So I think it's creating a new business conversations. And for us, around the goals, we picked 6 of them where we have an impact with creative emotions. One around sanitation. We work on malodor control with the Gates Foundation, and to prevent malodor and create positive emotion, to change behavior, to have people use toilets, has been a way for us to engage around the goals. Of course, we work on climate change, on women empowerment and equality, and on biodiversity as well, linking back to nature. So the language of the goals has been completely embedded in our strategy and in our brand purpose.
And that's great as well, because I think when you've got a purpose, an external facing purpose, and what you've shown is that it's happening in every function, which makes it truly authentic to the people, internally and externally. Alicia, your perspective on this as well would be really interesting from Deloitte's point of view.
Thank you, Sue. Well, so Deloitte, as the world's largest professional services firm, is this tremendous brain trust of nearly 400,000 people. And we really took a look at our purpose by deeply looking at who we are, the power we have, the asset that we are, and saying, how does that translate into making an impact in the world that is very direct? We've chosen many goals, but the first one that's most, I think, simple to connect to is quality education for all. And the reason this one was important to us was because we could involve our people. Every single one of our people could be involved in making progress. We set a target for ourselves to affect 50 million futures in providing increased access to education, and actually getting our people involved in the mission has been part of the power, part of the authenticity that has been really meaningful for us and galvanizing for us. And we feel we have a very specific role for everyone in the firm to play in the goals. You take that all the way to goal 17, which is equally important for us. And that was one where we really looked at the influence we have and the reach that we have and the nature of the firm that we are. We make old companies new again. We're reshaping industries every single day, entire industries, and we said this is really not just about us. Our purpose is, as a connecting force, one that can drive an enormous amount of change through the collaboration that's needed to actually achieve goals, so that it's gone from just sort of a shareholder capitalism model to a stakeholder capitalism model, where we're looking at the ecosystem that we touch, but that we can actually expand, create, and also galvanize in our position of strength. So in that case, we've got a number of partnerships and initiatives that we're attached to, and that we're really the collaboration engine in the center of, and bringing people together.
Alicia, again, I know we can say it about every organisation, but indeed for organisations like Deloitte, it really is clear that irrefutably that the organisation is the people.
Right.
So your recruitment strategy is the most important. That is the factories, that is the assets. So having a really strong purpose is going to help you attract high caliber people to the organisation, particularly today where it's primary for people looking for roles.
It's critical.
It's
70% of our workforce are millennials.
Yeah.
And it's table stakes.
Table stakes. Okay, so finally to SAP. I mentioned before that SAP had recently joined. They've been with the Global Compact forever, and they're driving the SDGs enormously. But what I meant is have joined in every single of our local networks all around the world. So the way of driving Sustainable Development Goals globally is definitely being helped in our very active partnership with SAP. So I'd love to hear about your purpose and how that's driving all of you, and how it's impacting your brand facing, and how that helps deliver the goals.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Well, SAP is almost a 48-year-old brand, and when we were founded with a very clear purpose, and a purpose that has really defined and shaped our corporate culture to this day. So Hasso Plattner and our 4 other co-founders, when they founded SAP, they talked about how technology would be used to help shape changes that we need to see in the world, with this vision to help the world run better and improve people's lives. And in doing so, we wanted to be sure that that purpose found itself within every innovation that we created across the company, working in service of the purpose goals that our customers have. And today we have nearly 500,000 customers across 180 countries. And so when we think about purpose and change, we often are asked and should be held accountable for progress. And so when we think about the SDGs, they gave us a foundation to be able to align ourselves to, not just us alone as SAP, but companies all around the world who are using the same framework to benchmark not only the impact that they want to make against what is authentically their brand, but also to collectively show progress. And that's something that we've always believed in too as a company, is it's about how we can enable not just what our vision is, but our vision in collaboration with our wonderful partners, with our customers, and certainly with our employees who choose to work at SAP, because they know that this is a company with a purpose, with a mission, and a strong foundation in which we can measure progress on through the SDGs. And so when we think about how we take that vision and make it real, we have the SDGs to enable us to really show what specifically are products impacting, and doing that sort of collectively within the community that we're part of. And that's why we're so proud to be part of it.
Yeah, it's great hearing all of you actually, because it really shows this ecosystem that we're all part of a program in order to help everyone, including consumers in the world, make their progress. Everyone have a role, knowing that all the way through there is everyone developing products, developing services, developing creative, so that we can all have a role, because everybody wants to know what they can do. And if you are feeling confident that the whole ecosystem of organizations is helping you, then you can see the journey. I'd love to actually understand some particular innovations or creative that the goals have helped you inspire. for you, obviously, it helps you develop solutions for businesses, which in the end will develop solutions for consumers, etc. But maybe start with yourself, Alicia. When looking at the goals, what tangible, creative, or innovation has the goals helped you develop?
So there are many that we can focus on, but let me start with gender equality.
Yeah.
In one of our lines of business in SAP are a portfolio of solutions that work in support of the human resources team within any organization. And so if we think about what the human resources team typically in a company is accountable for, they are ultimately accountable for employee success, employee well-being, and they're also accountable for bringing on future talent within the company. So the whole process of recruitment is an accountability that exists within a human resources organization. One of the challenges that we understand to be very prevalent in the recruiting process is unconscious bias. And oftentimes we hear and we understand that the right candidates are not getting the right roles because there's bias in our processes today. And we've created a piece of technology that sits within our human resources portfolio using artificial intelligence that really helps to detect certain words that are used in job postings and even in our own CVs that can reveal certain qualities about a person that unfortunately help to support an unconscious bias. And through this product we've created, we remove those words. It's certain language that we're not even aware that we're using that is contributing to why we have equality issues in our workforce today. So that's a particular piece of technology that we're deploying to say, look, this is a problem we have to solve. How can technology help to enable what we need to do to solve it in a very creative way and in a way that is not necessarily known? And that's oftentimes what we hear is we don't necessarily have the transparency into the issue enough to even know what we need to do to solve for it. The same holds true for supply chains and all of the forced labor that still exists in our supply chains today. So similarly, we have technology today that can match where there are forced labor conditions in the world with all of the transactional data that we process on behalf of our customers to now bring transparency to our customers. So two great examples of ways that very much align with the SDGs to say, this is an issue, we're gonna bring you transparency through technology and work with you to help create action to help solve for it.
Oh, that's great, and you have so many customers and supply chains wrapped up globally. So, I mean, it's great because when you look at the problems going forward and you think, well, if organizations like yourself are really delivering tangible solutions to that, then we can make progress. I mean, it's really, really...
When we bring transparency, we begin to hold people to a certain new level of accountability. And that's often what's a big part of change is when you make people feel accountable.
No, it's great. And it really is core to your future of your business as well as the future of our societies, it looks like. Alicia, I'd love to hear any of your Deloitte's tangible examples of how this is helping you move forward.
So you asked about creative, and this is one where I've seen a shift. This last year, we've made some decisions around our creative that have specifically been inspired by the goals, actually. You know, for some time we've been leading with impact that matters, messaging, and very focused on doing well by doing good, and many things around brand purpose. But it did not feel high impact enough. It did not feel like it was truly communicating what actually we recognize that our role and our position is on this planet, as I was describing earlier. And so we've shifted and actually just launching here at Davos, you see as you walk through the Belvedere Hotel, it's right and left, Connect for Impact. Is a new campaign, which is actually all about inspiring that connection, the partnerships for the goals. Connect for Impact is about coming together to achieve humanity's objectives, yes, but it's also because we recognize that all of the most incredible innovation, the innovation that is reshaping entire industries and entire systems, is one where you're combining novel collaborators in new ways, entirely new business models, and we're seeing that innovation is also really accelerating progress in ways that may not be initially designed for the goals, but will be key in achieving them at an accelerated pace. So
that's great. It's so exciting to see it. Before I was in this role, I was running global brands in Unilever, and if I'd had all these tools at my fingertips, it would have made my whole job a lot easier. And indeed worked very closely with Feminish. So I'd be really interested to hear from you about the creative and the campaign work you're doing, maybe in particular with the 1.5 degrees.
Yes. So, you know, when we think about creations at Feminish, we're thinking on one side about perfumers. You may know that there's less perfumers in the world than astronauts, so those people are incredibly precious and creative. And we also work with flavorists. So I want to give you an example in the food space, and really working around the food transition and looking at decreasing meat consumption. So we know that meat consumption has not only a CO2 impact, and we have data on that, and this is quite clear. We know that with demographics, not everybody will have enough meat to eat. But what we have recently looked at is how shifting consumers into green proteins instead of animal proteins has a huge impact on biodiversity. And why is that so? When you compare an original burger with a vegan burger, the vegan burger will use 98% less land. Why is that so? Because most of the land is used for animal feed. So when we start helping consumers shifting into green proteins, we're protecting very precious land that we're going to need for other things than animal feed. But then, of course, sometimes, plant-based proteins are not extremely tasty. And we know that consumers shift behaviors when they love something. That's the link with emotions, right? They love the taste. If they don't love the taste, they're going to do it for a few weeks and then they're going to drop it. So our flavorists have been working very creatively around the creation of new taste for green proteins. We actually did this weekend a tasting session in Evian with a group of companies who are driving biodiversity, the OP2B coalition. That is really looking at companies like Danone and Unilever, Nestle and others, rethinking the way we eat. And I think rethinking the way we eat or any kind of new behaviors has to be aspirational, has to be, exciting, has to be beautiful in its package and visual and everything, but also in the consumer experience, be it the taste, be it the smell. So in the smell space, I talked about malodor control and what we do in sanitation, but I think the focus for us in the coming months is going to be very much around the future of food and how we help consumers move to different food habits and making sure they love it.
Amazing, and that will really drive consumption, which drives the whole ecosystem. So I think we're wrapping up time, but I'd just like to leave you with one point. I said at the beginning that we are not on plan for the goals, and it's not through lack of enthusiasm and energy. Just a little thing to think about, and I think what we've heard today has made me very hopeful. Whilst we have a lot of interest, maybe 81% of companies in the Global Compact are taking actions on the goals, only 25% of them admit that their goals are aligned to societal needs. So we may have some targets, but they're not enough. That's simply why we're not there. So we're really needing to step up our ambition. And I understand how hard it is. It's not easy to make these big transitions. But listening to the three of you, I just feel so much more hopeful. You can see how consumers are going to be more and more driving, how we make a huge transition in food, supply chains, and even our internal processes and how we can work together. So thank you. You've made this day really hopeful for me, and I hope for many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello from the SDG Media Zone in Davos, Switzerland. We're broadcasting live on UN Web TV, panels and discussions on the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have with us here a panel to talk about leveraging the creative communications industry for the Sustainable Development Goals for good. So we have with us, first of all, Tara Welpert-Levy, VP at Google for Agency and Brand Solutions. And Natalia Vega, the founder of Creative Nations, an initiative of the Global Brain Foundation. And on the far end, Andrea Le Mesurier, Chief Creative Officer for RGA, an international innovation company. So great panel here to talk about advertising, the creative industry, and how we leverage all this for good and for the global goals. Maybe we'll start off with Natalia. Tell us more about Creative Nations. What is the initiative? What's behind it?
Sure, very excited to launch this initiative this year, and this serves as an announcement for us. Creative Nations is an initiative of the Global Brain Foundation. We are focused on leveraging the power of the collective of global creatives in communications industries for the better of society and the planet. So our mission is basically to focus on promote impact, sustainability-driven actions to better society and the planet while driving business growth and supporting the Sustainable Development Goals.
And Tara, at Google, looking at initiatives like this and all the shifts that are happening, how do you see the future of advertising?
Well, that's a big question. Exactly. I guess I would say a couple of things. I mean, I think just communications in general, I think is critical for driving good for the world because, these are the storytellers, right? These are the folks who have the pen, who influence what people see, and frankly, are experts in trying to drive mindset and behavioral change. And I think that's what we're all collectively trying to drive here. So when you think about the Sustainable Development Goals, I mean, we're very passionate and kind of always have been. Both as a brand in terms of trying to make sure that our own marketing reflects good in the world, and also in supporting others to do it. So, I think the future of advertising, we all know that people are getting even more demanding, even more, have higher expectations all the time that the messages that touch them are going to be relevant and helpful and useful and actionable and ideally faster, right? And so if you think about some of the places where actually we've done work with the United Nations around things like this, it reflects a few of those changes to meet those goals, right? So we partnered in 17 and 18 with the UN on a global campaign with a number of creative agencies. It was called Little by Little, and it was basically aimed at Gen Z, right? You remember? So we were trying to get 2 billion young people to take little actions to make a difference and improve the world. And we used a wide range of campaign formats. So one of the things, and Rob, you may have a perspective on this, but 6-second ads are a thing now where they never were before because it delivers the message like that. Right? Exactly. And this campaign used those super effectively. We're partnering with the UN this year, actually, and again with 8 global creative agencies on an effort with Tribeca Enterprises, again, to advance the UN global goals, and it's using a new opportunity in advertising around essentially sequencing video stories and films. So those are just 2 examples, but I think they're reflective of building upon a strength that always existed and thinking about how do you make sure that in the future, today and in the future, it remains sort of as relevant, as helpful, as useful as possible, and in ways that people are consuming their media.
And Andrea, as an innovation company, you're always a little bit ahead of the curve, I guess. So what's your sense of the future of purpose in advertising and balancing the purpose and profit of companies?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Something that's near and dear to my heart to use the power of creativity, and Tara was talking about. The media industry at large and technology, when you put those 2 things together, you can really create change. It's what we do, right? It's changing people's mindsets, getting to do things that, brands and business would prefer them to do. Utilizing that power in really interesting ways. Now, when I look at technology is a tool. It's rapidly advancing. It's getting faster and faster and better, more and more powerful. What we have to do is we have to harness that in a way that's going to benefit humanity. The way that that's going to move forward, and I think why that's going to become effective and more effective for brands and businesses, purpose has gotten a bad rap, I think, in the last few years. It's been looked at as this kind of like wishy-washy, sustainability-driven. The reality is purpose and profits can and do coexist. What we're starting to see right now is a transition from purpose and that idea and that utilization of what that word stands for, going from CMOs and sitting in the marketing department to now being across the CEOs, COOs, CFOs, because that can actually drive business and innovation. And the way that we look at that at RGA is our purpose is to create a more human future. That dictates everything that we do, who we hire, what brands we will and won't work with, the type of projects we do. It also is a beacon to the type of people who want to come to the agency to have that skill set, use their skill sets in that regard to change the world, make the world a better place through the lens of technology and creativity. And what you see is the best things and the things that I get most passionate about as a creative are pain points in the world that I actually care about. And you'll see that with people who work on certain projects when they really care and they're really interested in changing things and it's a personal pain point for them, they go that one extra step further and you start to see real change and incredible.
Last 6 years supporting different initiatives. So Creative Nations comes out of our experience. It's very exciting. I think one of the first phases of the campaign was launched in January of this year. I mean, now, a few weeks ago, a few days ago, and the tagline uniting business for a better world was the result of that. So that's awesome. an example of, and that's the basic idea of what is yet to come. The purpose is to unite the world for good.
And Tara, you've mentioned a few examples of how you work with the UN and partners on really leveraging technology and creativity. We're 10 years out to the deadline for the global goals, so we have a lot of work to do.
Move fast.
Yes. How do you see creativity and technology helping in this decade of action? We need to mobilize everyone. We need to mobilize individuals, businesses, governments, if we want to achieve these goals.
Well, I think there's a couple of different ways, and I think we all have sort of passion and heart for the urgency that's created. And I think one of the things that technology enables that really wasn't present in as meaningful a way is actually this global nature, right? Whether that is global product solutions or global campaigns, there is an ease and access and capability that didn't exist before. And so that lets you simply affect more people and more organizations more quickly. I do think there are also a lot more in-depth sort of loose alliances in addition to formal partnerships that happen through the advance of these technology tools, the ability to use them. And candidly, I think the deadline, though, if you're going to look for a silver lining, there's inspiration in that. And I think the passion that we see from our creative partners, from any of the organizations that use our technology, and the emerging and building unity around trying to solve these goals is going to help us get there. And I think that's what we all collectively really look to, because we may have let certain timelines get past where we might have wanted. And innovation is going to be one of the ways that we are able to actually solve for this in a faster way, and also by harnessing, again, the billions of people out there who we can now connect with in a real-time manner that we really couldn't before.
Yeah, and we are seeing the urgency for action for people, for the planet. We're seeing companies shifting. We're seeing consumers shifting.
Yeah.
Andrea, maybe you can talk a little more to how are companies shifting to really appeal to Gen X, Gen Z, the younger generation that is asking for those kind of sustainability principles.
I mean, I've got two daughters, 6 and 11, and I want to leave the world at least as good, if not better, than it is now. You've got Greta Thunberg's, she's obviously a massive champion. You're starting to see it's a swell that's starting to kind of take hold across the planet right now. We have to step back and understand that we are going to have to play a part and a role in that. And that's something that I've always taken seriously. So I used to work at Google as well. I kind of am drawn towards companies that are going to utilize the power of creativity and technology to make the world a better place. The one thing that you're starting to see right now, and it's only going to happen when you have to follow the money, right? So there's a massive transition and transfer of wealth that's happening right now. The millennials, Gen Z, Gen X are going to take all that transfer of wealth from the 60 and 70-year-olds who are leaving the planet at some point in the near future, and all that's going to start moving. These people these youngsters, they care a lot more about what the planet's going to look like in the future. They're starting to pay attention. They're waking up en masse. And you're starting to see things like Australia and the fires that are happening right now. It's unequivocal. You can't look away now. So I think you're starting to see this movement, this swell of people, a value transfer wealth transfer that's happening right now. Brands and businesses are waking up to that. And you're starting to see something else too, which is CEOs, and CMOs, CFOs, CEOs, they were paying attention to, catering to shareholders. They're broadening their horizons around who they're catering to and why right now. So this transfer is starting to happen, and it's like a train, right? The train takes a little bit of a while to get out of the station and get moving, but once it gains momentum and the finances start to get behind it, which is why purpose and profits, you can feel it.
Yeah, it feels like there is an incredible momentum, and I personally was, very grateful to be part of the launch of the Sustainable Development Goals in the United Nations in 2015 and 16, and personally witnessed the commitments of the CEOs back then. And I knew this is going to start coming, we're going to start seeing corporate strategy changing. And it's going to come to brands, it's going to come to communications, it's going to come to technology. So and you're seeing it that it's starting to happen.
Well, and in part, I think, because of your point about following the money,
Exactly.
right? Because
it's the
if
demand.
you think about the other massive trend, particularly as you forecast out, right, we're seeing more and more people are viewing CMOs and marketing organizations as growth drivers versus cost centers, which is critical. And part of the reason for that, in addition to the economics of how the business works and the fact that perhaps they should have been, is exactly what you're talking about with the rising millennials, is that it is actually, folks are voting with their pocketbooks, and and young folks care a lot about how brands act on these sustainable development goals, what kind of purpose they have. And so I think when you get tighter alignment between the financial goals and the societal good, it just gets easier and it gets faster. And so that makes me really hopeful.
Exactly, in better business, like for example, advertising, creative communications, technology, innovation companies, they need to be prepared to offer that to their clients because that's what they need now. So it's just like a perfect holistic view you have a system view of how this and being developed and very exciting. I think there is an incredible opportunity out there.
I think you're starting to see a shift too. I mean, Patagonia's been doing this for a long time. They've broken the mold, but there's this template now of how sustainability, how purpose-driven companies can be profitable. And more companies are going to follow suit because they're going to follow the money, because it matters, because the young generation is going to vote with their pocketbooks.
I think this is where the communications industry will also need to be incredibly helpful in really influencing how an ecosystem thinks. Because at least in the United States, which I think has this issue more acutely than some other nations, there are times and there are issues where actually the money and the goals are not in line, right? And if you think about the investor community and how they react to that, again, you're starting to see a trend there, but it's not the macro trend. And I think that's like an interesting area where if you could align the communications industry toward either influencing those bodies that are making choices and driving companies in certain ways, or making enough of a groundswell that actually gets the interests of their customers and the people back in line, such that investors follow along. I think that would make a big difference. And again, it's another just phenomenal communications opportunity.
I think that's the opportunity too for whether it's consultants, agencies, innovation companies, is to show the way. How can you see where the curve is going, where disruption is coming from, and how to avoid it? Because the companies are going to move now and start thinking about supply chain changes, how they're messaging, how they're treating their people, how their products go to market. The ones that start now, they're going to future-proof themselves. The ones that are going to be too slow to market, they're going to be the dinosaurs who are going to get caught behind. And I think more and more CEOs, CFOs, et cetera, not just the CMOs, are starting to see the realities of business.
Yeah, so we're really counting on, I think, the creative communications industry to help drive this decade of action that we need. And ending on this positive note of the momentum we're seeing from the consumers, from the companies, I think we're on the right track. So thank you very much, Tara.
Thank you for having us. Yes,
Natalia,
thank you.
Andre.
Very excited to
Thanks a lot, and
to continue.
let's keep going.
Thank you. Thank you.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
Thank you.
Test, test.
diverted into holding ponds. And when there's a drought, we got the irrigation lines from the holding ponds going down to the valley. And we plant trees on the hillsides to stabilize the landscape. And we're out of there. We're no longer needed there because we've created sustainability.
And you haven't handed over a bag of food anywhere.
It's a great success story. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we're doing now differently versus just bringing in humanitarian aid. Now we're using humanitarian aid to stimulate local economic opportunity for sustainability. Otherwise, you'll be there for 50 years.
Yeah,
It's really cool. Yeah. But that's not a 30-second story. That's a harder.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great story. You got to see the video footage.
Happy? Okay, we'll go in 3.
Okay.
Hello, welcome to the SDG Media Zone at the World Economic Forum here in Davos, Switzerland. I'm Rajesh Merchandani, the Chief Communications Officer for the United Nations Foundation. This is the place this week, as you'll know, where powerful global decision makers are discussing their own efforts and how their partnerships can shift our world onto a more sustainable path that delivers progress for all through the Sustainable Development Goals. You would expect UN leaders to be at the heart of many of those conversations, and I'm joined by one of them, David Beasley, the Executive Director of the World Food Programme. Mr. Beasley, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon. I want to focus on 2020 and your work here at Davos in a second, but you know, it's the beginning of the year. Let's have a quick look back on 2019. You know, that was another year where we saw hunger rise. Yeah. How was it? What were your takeaways from the year?
No. You know, there's really good news and there's really bad news. The really bad news right now is hunger is on the rise, and it's primarily driven by man-made conflict. But if you compound that with climate extremes and climate change, oh my goodness, it's just tragedy in areas like the Sahel, and I can go on and on. The really good news, in the last 200 years, we've seen poverty go from 95% to now less than 10%. Over the last 200 years, systems have been built, wealth has been shared, so we've made great progress, but try telling that to the 821 million people that go to bed chronically hungry every night. So the systems are not complete. We need to continue to work on tweaking the system so that every human being on earth shares prosperity and economic opportunity. So the World Food Program, we're out on the ground every day. The bad news when you see me, it's usually not good news. You know, I actually want to put us out of business. I want the World Food Program to not be needed anywhere. But the last couple of years, the severe hunger rate has spiked. Now, over 113 million people go to bed, not just hungry, on the brink of starvation. And it's driven by man-made conflict. And if you compound that with climate change or poor governance, it's a formula for disaster.
And you've seen some of that recently in a trip to the Sahel.
I mean, just in the last few weeks where I've been, war zones, conflict areas impacted by climate change, it's pretty dramatic. And I think the world, we've got solutions. The good news, we have answers. The bad news, and I've said this to a lot of my media friends, I said, you know, when I turn on the news, particularly in the West, it's been Brexit, or Trump, and I've got people dying, starving to death, need help, and we're so distracted with these other issues, no matter how you feel about those issues. So in the Sahel, the greater Sahel region, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, we've got serious issues there. Climate, you see the Sahara moving down. The farmers and the herders are having to move down and creating conflict between one another. You got extremist groups coming in, exploiting a desperate situation. But we have programs to rehabilitate the land. We have programs for water harvesting. When we come in with strategic, effective programs, it's amazing what happens. Teen pregnancy. Marriage rate by 12, 13-year-olds just drops off the chart. Migration by necessity drops off the chart. Recruitment by extremist groups drops off the chart. And conflict between herders and farmers drops off the chart. It's a lot cheaper to address the root cause than it is to wait till it's too late.
And I know there is some encouraging news that we can talk about Sudan in a second, but let's just make sure people understand exactly the kind of situations and the complexity of the issues here. So, you know, in the Sahel, you've got the Sahara, you know, encroaching further and further, leads to food insecurity, leads to people having a destabilizing effect, people migrating. You've got Libya right there as well, already a volatile place, a corridor to Europe.
Talk about that. The gateway. Well, you know, I think the European leadership woke up one day and realized they made a dramatic, catastrophic mistake with Syria and not getting in front of it. And for example, for us to assist a Syrian in Damascus is about 50 cents per day. That same Syrian In Berlin, the humanitarian support cost is between 50 and 100 euros per day. And the Syrian doesn't want to be in Berlin. They want to be back where their family is. But if they don't have food security, if they don't have any degree of peace, they will do what any of us would do to protect our children, our families. You move. But we know they will move 2, 3, 4, 5 times before they'll finally leave their homeland. No different than the Sahel. And now you got a gateway because of Libya being destabilized, and you got drug trafficking, slave trafficking, and the list goes on and on. Weapons trafficking, et cetera, et cetera. And so the European community, I said this one time at a news media about a year and a half ago, and I said, if you think that Syria was a problem, with 21 million people, with a few million migrating your way, with a small infiltration by extremist groups, you wait till the greater Sahel of 500 million people is destabilized. And then the commentator said, Mr. Beasley, are you trying to scare the European people? I said, hell yeah, I'm trying to wake you up. Because we got solutions, and we can't stick our head in the sand, because the people in the Sahel, they need our help. And quite frankly, they don't want our help. They want to be self-sufficient. They want to be resilient and sustainable. And this is what we want to come in with the programs, but we need the European community, international community to come in with comprehensive approach, not piecemeal. And that's one of the failures of the international system in many countries around the world, when you can look at certain countries where the United Nations or donor countries have been in that country for 30 or 40 years, and you step back and say, well, what have we accomplished in 30 or 40 years? Maybe we need to see what are we doing wrong. And most of it is lack of scalability to create a comprehensive tipping point for that country. This is what the Sahel needs right now.
You have any good news for me?
I've got some. I do.
You're from a trip to the Sudan, right?
If you'd
There's something encouraging. You've got to tell me something encouraging.
If you'd asked me 2 years ago, what's the bright spot, right now, and I would have never said Sudan. But Sudan is turning the corner. I mean, it's like the Ethiopian Prime Minister. Look what he's done in turning the corner in peace and prosperity and opportunity. Sudan is at a magic crossroads, and if we're not careful, if we don't provide the support to Prime Minister Hamdok and his leadership team immediately, we're going to lose this window. And I'm afraid we'll backlash to something far worse than we've ever had.
Why is it a magic crossroads?
Because this leadership is truly committed to moving forward. Hamdok and I have met, I don't know how many times. In fact, you probably saw in the news where Hamdok and Abdelaziz, the rebel leader, came together for the first time, I think in 35 years. Both agreed to allow us in the United Nations to come into the Blue Nile and to the Nuba Mountain area as well with humanitarian aid for the first time. And they both flew in and met together and walked among the people, the enemies that reconciled. And you should have seen it. It was one of the most beautiful things in the world, because when Hamdok got off the helicopter and Abdelaziz was there, it was not a superficial, fake smile. You saw these two leaders embrace, and it was a unifying Sudan. And then they walked together for the next couple hours, hand in hand, and laughing, and 40,000 people who've been disenfranchised for 35 years saw the end of the past and the beginning of the future. It was a beautiful thing. That's what the United Nations is the best at, and that's what we want to see in more places around the world.
Which just goes to show that when we're trying to solve the problems that the world faces, we have to do it through global cooperation.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I want to take viewers on a bit of a roller coaster ride with you. We did the downs, we've done the ups, we're going down again in a second. And I want to talk about Zimbabwe, and I want to talk about Davos. Let's start with Zimbabwe. You were there not too long ago. Worrying signs there.
Climate change, droughts, flooding. We're entering into the lean season, and this time we're expecting the lean season to have an additional 1 million people on the brink of starvation. So they need help, they need it immediately. Systems that need to be put into place. You've got problems of the past that are now echoing into the present. And so there are solutions. And we're working with the donor countries to provide not just short-term humanitarian relief, but how can we take humanitarian dollars and turn them into development opportunities? Because quite frankly, unless it's an extremely short-term emergency, like a Mozambique cyclone, today what you do with humanitarian dollars should be and could be the building blocks for development opportunities. In the World Food Program, our goal is to have an exit strategy everywhere we go. come in, achieve goals and objectives. The people don't need us anymore, and let's slip out the back door. But Zimbabwe right now needs the front door, the side door, and the back door help. So
now, some of the people that you need to speak to about some of the situations you've been describing are right here in Davos for the World Economic Forum, along with business leaders from all of some of the biggest corporations in the world. Climate has been a top issue here, and you've talked about the connection of climate to food insecurity and all the other issues that hang off that. What are you telling people that you're talking to here about how climate is impacting your work and what you're doing?
Well, it's really because a lot of people think, oh, the humanitarian world, they're coming into Davos to raise money. Sure, we're raising some money, but that is less important to me than I need the private sector engagement with us and explaining to them the situation on the ground. It's one thing to have a short-term emergency, and private sector can help us be more strategic, more effective. I'll give you a simple example. In South Sudan, where we're feeding millions of people because of man-made conflict. And so many of the areas we can't get to because of the flooding, we have to drop food out of the air. I mean, you see the big planes, it's a beautiful sight, seeing food dropped out of the big airplanes, but you couldn't drop cooking oil.
No.
So we'd have to helicopter it in at an extraordinary cost. So the private sector worked with us to redesign the parachute so that we could actually drop mass quantities of cooking oil. That one private sector innovation with us saved us $12.5 to $20 million per year in logistics cost. Now, that's for a child, 25 cents. If you save $10 million, that's 40 million meals. So the World Food Program, every quarter we can save is a child we can feed. So we see that long-term solutions to the problems of hunger, charity and philanthropy is very important, but it's not the long-term solution. The private sector is the long-term solution. So we're asking the private sector to come alongside of us. Let's walk together in countries that's stable enough, not in a conflict zone, but how can we walk together and create food security, sustainability, so that we are no longer needed. Just the meetings I've had in the last few hours, remarkable, talking to some of the expertise with some of the biggest global companies that are like, we can do this, and I'm like, oh, that will really help us. Let us show you what we're doing so we can cross-pollinate. It's endless opportunities.
That opportunity, you said it yourself, is in a kind of non-conflict situation, but you are active in one of the biggest conflict situations in Yemen right now.
Oh, that's a bad story.
What are the challenges and how are you responding?
Yemen is just a total man-made catastrophe. We're assisting about 12.8 million people per day, about $170 million per month. Imagine if that $170 million per month were being spent on countries that need development dollars. And so it's a tragedy. It is so unnecessary. And the problems that we run into with the actors on the ground is just extraordinary. But the powers that be need to bring the pressure to bear to end that conflict. So the Yemeni people, who were already in poverty before the war started, it just exacerbated what was already a bad problem to a much worse problem. And children are dying, all because of man-made conflict. Completely unnecessary. We're never going to reach the Sustainable Development Goals like end world hunger by 2030 until we end man-made conflict. If we end man-made conflict with the expertise, and I do believe the heart of the people on planet Earth, I believe we can end hunger and poverty by 2030. But we got to end these wars. We got to end these wars.
Okay, so quickly to wrap up, you mentioned the SDGs. We're at the beginning of the last decade, the decades of action to deliver the SDGs. In a year from now, if we're back in Davos, what do you hope to be saying then?
I actually think 2020 is going to be a very bad year. I mean, we're seeing more fragility out there, like in the Sahel and other regions. But at the same time, I'm hoping we'll turn the corner in places like, hopefully Yemen, for sure, Sudan, maybe even Syria. Let's hope on the long-term perspective. But in the next year, I'm seeing an engagement with the private sector unlike any other time period. It's one thing for them to embrace the concept of the SDGs. It's another thing to give money it's even a better thing when they engage with us on the field. And when they engage with us on the field, so I asked some of these companies, travel with me to this country. And when they do, their heart explodes, and all I got to do is back out of the way. So the private sector has got to engage in the country, see for themselves, and I believe we'll see a revolution begin across the world.
David Beasley, thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. You're too kind. My hand in my lap.
Actually, we are a little bit.
Thank you.
I'll also ask you a little bit about your work as an SDG advocate.
Sure. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think we should definitely touch on that. Yeah. Right.
And then we'll talk about space.
That's good. Sure.
So they'll just tell us when we're live, and we'll just go for it. Just a chat.
Is it live?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And then it'll also be archived on the UN site and available on demand.
Okay.
And then we'll probably promote it on the UN Foundation's channels as well.
Okay. Sounds good.
Hello everyone, I'm Rajesh Merchandani, the Chief Communications Officer for the United Nations Foundation, and welcome to the SDG Media Zone at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Now, I'm particularly excited to talk to my guest right now. Eddie Ndopu is an award-winning, internationally acclaimed activist and humanitarian. But here's the thing, Eddie, and I know you won't mind me saying this, you were never really expected to be here. Because at the age of 2, Eddie was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy and given only 5 years to live. Now, you're not 7.
No, not at all.
So you've defied those odds.
I
Very
have
happy
indeed.
to say.
Yeah, thank you.
And has gone on to do amazing things. Currently serves as a special advisor to a leading investment organization in scientific and medical innovation. You've advised the World Economic Forum here, UN Women, Amnesty International. You're always advising us, which I'm very grateful for. You have a master's degree in public policy from Oxford University, and of course, is one of the Secretary General's SDG advocates. And most excitingly for me, you want to be the first person with disabilities in travelling into space.
That's correct.
That's super exciting. I want to come on to talk about that.
Sure.
But first of all, let's talk about the moment we're in. We're at 2020. This is the beginning of the final decade of delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that the world is off track.
Yes.
And in this year, many partners, including us, including yourselves, will be supporting a campaign to drive greater action on specific issues, gender, climate, and inequality. Mm-hmm. And inequality is an issue that often gets lumped with economic inequality, and probably no more, definitely in a place like Davos. Mm-hmm. But that's not the issue that you necessarily face when you think about inequality, is it? Tell us about inequality from your perspective.
Absolutely. So when we think about inequality within the context of the SDGs, I think what we're really talking about is the imperative to leave nobody behind by the year 2030. And what that means is that we need to pay particular attention to vulnerable and marginalized communities all over the world. From my perspective as an advocate, I am very passionate about people with disabilities, ensuring that there's greater economic participation and that we're able to institutionalize accessibility at scale. I think the UN Secretary General's call for a decade of action is an invitation for leaders in all sectors, private and public, to redouble our efforts to ensure that we reach the most vulnerable first, because by centering the most vulnerable first, they're actually spin-off positive externalities for everybody. They're universal benefits, because when you center those experiences, you effectively are making the world better for everybody else as well.
And I guess that what many people don't or realize necessarily every day is that people with disabilities are actually a huge community of the disenfranchised around the world.
That's absolutely right. It's the world's largest minority group. 15% of the world's total population are people living with disabilities. We're talking about 1.5 billion people. That is a huge demographic. So it's the world's largest minority group, but it's also the world's most invisible minority group, in the sense that issues of disability inclusion, issues of accessibility hardly make it onto the global agenda. We're beginning to see a tipping point in the sense that this year in Davos in particular, thanks to the Valuable 500 initiative, business is starting to recognize the value that people with disabilities bring, not only to the workforce, but also to society at large. And so,
tell us a little bit about that, the Valuable 500 initiative.
So the Valuable 500 initiative is an invitation to 500 of the world's leading CEOs and 500 of the world's biggest brands to put disability inclusion onto the global leadership agenda. And so what that means is recognizing the market potential that people with disabilities offer, which is trillions of dollars, people with disabilities themselves and their families, but also recognizing that we cannot give credence to inclusion and diversity without meaningfully incorporating the experiences of people with disabilities. And that it's the same for representation as well.
And how is the initiative going? Are companies signing up?
Yes, so of the 500, so the initiative was launched 1 year ago here in Davos. Yesterday we had a press conference, and we've announced that 243 companies have signed on, and that's 243 CEOs. So at the very top of these companies, there is a willingness and a recognition that disability needs to be front and center of the board agenda.
So what's your reaction to that level? You're almost halfway of your goal. How do you feel about that progress?
I think it's a step in the right direction, but I think what we need is we need to redouble those efforts. So we need a lot more commitment. We need multinational institutions as well to recognize the importance of accessibility. So it needs to be a multi-stakeholder approach. And that's the theme of this year's Davos meeting, is recognizing that multi-stakeholder capitalism is what we need in the world right now if we are going to make a dent on the SDG agenda for 2030. So we need a much more consolidated, multi-pronged approach when it comes to inclusion and disability.
Now, when companies sign up for the Valuable 500 initiative, how do you keep them honest?
Well, we track what they do. So the Valuable 500 is made up of an incredible team of people led by Caroline Casey, who is a really dynamic and incredible business leader in her own right. And then people like myself, who are advocates and passionate defenders of inclusion. We speak with business leaders and we get them to recognize that this is not only the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do from a business perspective.
Okay, so you've been taking that message around Davos so far. You've got all these companies to sign up so far. Here's a chance for you to give a message via the airwaves to world leaders, other CEOs who maybe not be at Davos. What do they need to know and what do they need to do?
What they need to know is that we have graduated from the mere recognition of our humanity as people who are excluded. We've passed that conversation. What we are talking about now is access to influence, access to power, access to economic participation, because we want to be part of shaping the discourse and we want to be part of leading humanity into the new era of a more sustainable world. So it's about meaningful engagement, and it's about ensuring that there's enough space at the decision-making table so that we can speak about inclusion in a far more deeper and nuanced way.
I can see why the Secretary General asked you to be one of his SDG advocates, just the way you talk. What does that role mean for you, and what do you want to do in that role?
What that means for me is that I am on a crusade to raise the bar of accessibility. I think that we often speak about access in compliance terms. It's about ticking a box, it's about rhetoric, it's about saying all the right things, but it's what I am after is a world where we prioritize self-actualization just as much as we prioritize the basic building blocks of life, housing, access to healthcare, etc. So it's about recognizing that we have within us enormous potential to leave a mark on the world. And so we need to raise the bar in terms of what we do at a policy level, but also raise the bar in terms of cultural and social inclusion as well. So I want to see more people with disabilities represented at the upper echelons of every major organization in the world.
Okay, let's talk about space in the last couple of minutes, because you're talking to a guy who only about 5 years ago realised he was never going to be an astronaut, gave up on that dream. You want to go into space.
Yes.
You would be the first physically disabled person to go into space.
Yes.
Why do you want to do that?
I want to do that because I have already defied the odds. Many disabled people have defied the odds, and I think the next logical step is to defy gravity as well. And so my efforts to go to space are in recognition that we need a moment, we need a statement, we need to celebrate people with disabilities transcending the barriers that we face every day, and to raise awareness around the fact that it always seems impossible until it's done. And so I can confirm that in May, I will be taking a zero gravity flight, and I will be following in Professor Stephen Hawking's footsteps and becoming the very few disabled people to ever take a zero gravity flight. And from then on, work with the space fraternity to ensure that I become the first physically disabled person in space, but also that we open up space and democratize it, because space technology can greatly accelerate and benefit the Sustainable Development Goals. We have space technologies in vacuum cleaners, but we don't have space technology in wheelchairs, for example. And so I think there's great opportunity to be able to utilize the technology that we have to be able to make progress on the SDGs.
I really hope you get the chance to beam that message from the stars down to planet Earth, because it's so powerful. Do you need a bag carrier when you go?
We can figure something out.
Okay, all right. Deal. Eddie, it's been a pleasure to talk with you. Eddie
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi team. This is very intimate.
Best audience.
Very good audience. Just keep smiling at us and nodding, everyone.
They'll just nod at you and then the cameras will be rolling and the whole world will see you, so there's no pressure. This is
No
UNTV.
No pressure.
Sam, give us some thumbs up.
Okay, just start, yeah. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Salim Aban from the United Nations, and I'm here at the SDG Media Zone in Davos, Switzerland. I'm here with Peter Schmeichel, who doesn't really need an introduction at all, legend from Manchester United and for Denmark, somebody that I personally grew up watching, unfortunately on the wrong team for me, but still. Very, very, very much appreciated. And we also have Nick Keller here, the founder and CEO of Beyond Sport. So thank you so much for coming.
Thanks. Pleasure, absolutely. Great.
So Peter, can I ask you just here in Davos, just can you tell us a little bit about why you're here, what the plan is, what the kind of intention and the thinking is?
So I'm here with Manchester United. We have we have our first sort of base ever in Davos. Our chairman and owner of the club has been here for 5 years. Our managing director is in his 3rd year, and previous years has been good, but this time the club felt that they needed to have a base. So we have a base where we can connect with partners and potential new clients, and so we've had quite a busy schedule in the last day and a half, and a very interesting one. It's quite. I mean, we've been to some different things together here. It's quite an interesting thing to be here in Davos and actually seeing this close up, and I'm enjoying it.
Okay, well, I mean, I think Manchester United is a global brand, understandably. It's something that everybody all over the world knows, so I think it's certainly very, very nice to see that. Nick, can I ask you then, I mean, obviously there's a very strong intersection between sport and the Sustainable Development Goals. I mean, how do you feel that those things are connected?
You know what's the most interesting at the moment is we all have this general notion that sport can have a positive impact on individuals, on communities and society as a whole. But it's bringing that to life and understanding how we can really make an impact across, the number of the SDGs where the sport truly has an impact. And what I'm seeing greatly this Davos is sport really popping its head up a little bit. I think as we've realised through the NSDGs that were created really so we could connect with the private sector better and connect with young people as well. And it does that very well. But sport really is that connectivity point for the UN when it wants to speak about these things to, first of all, the corporates, but also to young people in general. It's very consumable. So there's that wonderful intersection that's coming about at the moment where sport and sustainability are becoming sort of unlikely bedfellows, but it's seemingly obvious that the platform and the actual activity of sport really can play a part.
Peter, can I ask you, so Manchester United, as I said, has a massive following. You yourself, are a hero to many people, a role model. What do you think that Manchester United or, professional athletes and soccer players can really do in supporting the SDGs, and particularly sustainability and climate issues?
We have an incredible reach. So 10 years ago, we did our first fan survey where we realized that we had like 330 million people supporting us, not necessarily fans, but supporting us, sympathizing with us, reading about us, liking us. We did another one 6 years ago, and that number had grown into a much bigger one, 555 as far as I remember. But now we've just come up with a new one. It's 1.1 billion. So we have like a 1/7 of the world's population somehow connecting with us. That means that we can connect with them as well. That gives us tremendous opportunity, but also it gives us tremendous responsibility to take part in what happens in the world that is not football. So obviously climate change is massive. We need to bring the right messages to them, and we are and can be a tool to actually get this message into the far corners of the world, which is difficult for many other sort of traditional media outlets to do. when we talk, people listen. And when I say when we talk, that could be just a game of football. That people pay attention to what we do, and so we therefore we have to first of all be absolutely sure about what we stand for, what our values are, what we want to use that tremendous power to achieve. And this is something that we actually have great debates about at the moment, and we try to be at the forefront of all the right things. Equality. We have a female Manchester United side now. We employed possibly the best coach in the world. We started at a lower league, but players actually wanted to play for her. We're now in the best league, and that is taking off, and we're very, very proud of that. But it's also something you have to do. You have to make sure that everyone in this world have an opportunity, and that is something that we are very strong about now, and we have also the opportunity to as I say, get into every corner of the world with this.
Thank you. You know, I hear you. I think that the reach is just incredible, and I think the idea that there's 1 in every 7 people on earth is in some way supporting Manchester United is mind-boggling. It makes you one of the most, I guess, known entities in the world. Nick, can I ask you? So, you know, we have Peter here, you know, representing obviously football, but when we talk about sports more generally, and when you think about how sports can really make a positive impact on, you know, just all of the SDGs, the things we're trying, if we roll forward 5 years, what does that look like to you?
Well, it's an interesting piece, as I believe that sport is really just gone a small way of its journey at the moment, and as the pressure builds around the corporate sector to commit to robust targets around the SDGs, I think sport will be brought along with it. Not just because of its platform, because it also sits within a supply chain for those corporate businesses. So I think there's going to be an interesting intersection there. When I look at sport and its potential, it really is how do we make that community impact that we know happens, you know, that we see in Manchester, that we see beyond sports season, 135 countries across the world, tackling all sorts of social issues. How can we make that impact? How do we measure that impact? I think that's something we all want to talk about. But how do we globalise the sort of powerful impact that sport has? And then when you look at this reach of 1.1 billion, you don't have to go far. It's not that big a step to make to realise that the capacity that we've got for change is pretty substantial, and sport is very flexible, very adaptable, whether it be the type of sport, the type of social issue, and even the geography, to really actually harness big impact. In 5 years' time, I expect to see more sport engaging in these sort of areas. I expect to see it leading. It's a bit muted at the moment around areas of sustainability, but that's a confidence piece about their own journey, which a lot of corporates are going through at the moment. But as soon as they start making those transformations, you can imagine them using them as very loud platforms, a megaphone for all these SDGs.
Thank you for that. Peter, can I ask you, so I spent a lot of my while you were playing soccer, I was in peacekeeping missions around the world. Watching.
How do we feel now about what we do?
Watching Manchester United beat Newcastle in that league. I wanted to ask you, so you were lucky enough not only to play for Manchester United, but you also got to play with people from all over the world. You got to visit all these different countries that have this kind of experience. And sport is a very kind of equalizing thing. And people, there's this kind of sense of passion. What do you feel you kind of learned about the world as you kind of, what struck you as you kind of went from place to place?
First of all, when you play for someone like Manchester United, naturally you are traveling around the world, mostly pre-season, so it's a tough time for a football player because you have to work really hard in this period, but you get to see the world. I'll give you an example that in 1994 we were in pre-season training in South Africa, and we were in Johannesburg, and it was that I hadn't been to any country in Africa before, and we were taken into to the townships to do a soccer clinic one afternoon, and that was a shock for me. I had an idea that some people didn't have, live great lives and were having difficulties. But I hadn't expected that. And then, it was my first kind of really input into how strong or how powerful what I did as an individual, and of course as a club, what we did, how big an impact that could have on somebody's life in that given moment. We had this soccer clinic, and in spite of everything we saw around us, all the surroundings, we had a bunch of happy kids, happy parents. There's a great atmosphere around this, which again was a little bit unexpected due to my inexperience. And it's on that kind of sort of, we have 2 camps I live in Denmark, near Copenhagen. We have 2 camps where we've put some of the refugees that we've not given asylum, and we're in limbo with these kids. Parents and kids and families. What are we going to do with it? We can't send them back, but they can't stay where they are. And it's a very tragic story. They just sat there, and suddenly this person had the idea that they should actually do a football team. Right. It changed the whole dynamic of this camp. So from being a very depressed camp where people had, they didn't know what their future looked like, they had something which was immediately there. Of course, they still have the same problem, but that moment, and also they then realized, okay, we're putting some activities in here. We now also have a responsibility to the kids, so we also provide some schooling for them, and that has changed the whole. So schooling is one thing, but sport is a completely different thing. And I've learned over many years of traveling the world that the power that we have in what we do, and just turning up, telling our story, or working a little bit with people, or it just completely changes some people's way of thinking, and we can help in many ways. And going back to obviously the reach that we know that we have, and we as individuals that we have, we also have the responsibility, and go on.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing, I was together with you in Kailicha at that experience, and the sports hub we were in is surrounded by 2 million people living in this sprawling township, and the area around this AstroTurf sports pitch attached to the school, the 600 metres around it, they've measured crime across it, and it is significantly lower than crime across the rest of the township. And that's the power and the beacon of sport coming together. And if you bring that to the refugee piece as well, it's that rebuilding of community. It's those little touch points of connections that give someone confidence again that's so crucial.
Thank you so much. It's interesting you talk about that, because I was sort of half joking earlier. So when I was in peacekeeping, the fact that I was able to watch, teams like Manchester United normalized what was otherwise a completely insane place. Yeah. So you're in the middle of a conflict, you have this completely alternative reality, you're trying to make sense of it, and that idea that you have this kind of basic normality of that understandable common kind of belief and passion for sport, I think that was very important, and I think some of what you're describing kind of talks to that as well. So no, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to meet you both, and thank you so much for the time, and we hope we can find a way to partner and work together.
Thank you very much for having us. A pleasure being here.
Thank you very much
indeed.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the SDG Media Zone in Davos. We're here broadcasting live on UN Web TV. It's my pleasure to introduce our next guest, Ms. Dorothy Tembo, serving as Executive Director of the International Trade Center. That's a joint agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization. So welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we're going to talk a little bit about a new initiative that you're launching here today. I mean, here in Davos, you are launching something called SDG 500. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Indeed, you're so right that we are launching the SDG 500. It is really a direct response to the call to mobilize resources, public and private resources, to support the implementation of the SDGs. So ITC, together with other partners, decided that we consolidate our efforts to try and ensure that we get into a position where we have a fairly high level of resources to respond to the needs of the different countries. I must say that in the course of our work, it has come out very clearly that access to finance is one of those areas where we are having huge challenges, particularly for the small ones who are perceived to be a very high risk. And we believe through this initiative, we can actually get to not only resource mobilize, but also collectively de-risk addressing some of the concerns in as far as accessibility or lending to such small entities has been looked at. So the idea is really that SDG 500, as you have seen in the title, really relates to our target, which is 500 million, and so far we have raised 75 million. We believe this is a target that we can meet. And what we have done is to work with UN partners, public entities, and private entities. In particular, we have CARE in this. We have Bamboo, who are acting as the fund manager. We also have, of course, ITC as part of this, but we have UNDCF, we have ILO, we have Smart Africa, we have IFAD on it, and IDB, the Inter-American Bank. So this is a big partnership focusing for the first phase on Southeast Asia.
And I believe one of the components of this new SDG 500 fund is specifically focused on gender equality. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is it with CARE, I believe?
That is the CARE She Trades, which is the fund specifically looking at gender equality, and very much one that is pertinent to the work that we do, which is why we felt it was important for us to get into this partnership to work with CARE to raise resources to address issues relating to aspects that we have identified as part of our broader initiative, which we call the She Trades, aimed at connecting 3 million women to markets by 2021, which is our contribution really to the Sustainable Development Goals.
So it's really about investing in businesses that promote gender equality.
Absolutely. And of course, within the context of the She Trades initiative, we have confined ourselves to knowledge sharing, skills building, and we also are looking very much at trying to work with the companies to better connect them to markets.
And what exactly is ITC's role in all of this? Why is the International Trade Center getting involved in these types of funds and initiatives?
As I have said, I mean, it's always been our objective to try and ensure that our outreach is as broad as it can be. And this has been our target, and we believe being part of this initiative, which is very unique and brings together a diversity of UN nations, but also other public and private sector partners, in itself, it gives us the opportunity to be very broad-based in terms of the interventions that are undertaken in the context of this initiative. And I believe that this is a response that is really desired if we are looking for greater outreach, greater impact on the ground. We believe that through this, we also can have a diversity in terms of the geographical outreach, taking into account the different aspects of work related to the different partners that we have in the context of this. I think the way we are looking at this is it's really a unique initiative that allows not only these initial partners we have, but more to come on board should they feel that there is a space for them to play. And I think this is what has been encouraged in the context of the SDG discussions, where strategic partnerships are ones that we should be pushing for, because we know that each and every entity, regardless of whether it's UN or beyond, certainly the intervention levels will demand that it goes beyond their expertise. So working together to have greater impact on the ground is really what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think it's a great example of a public-private finance model to really invest in the SDGs. And as we're kicking off this decade of action to achieve the goals by the 2030 target date, how can these kinds of investments make a difference? Just in simple terms, what do you expect to see over the next 10 years?
The ability to be able to access financing, which has been the critical issue, as I have said, will obviously give that opportunity for these entities to grow. In growing, that they are also creating jobs, they are also creating the opportunities to reinvest in other areas and many, many other things that they can do.
And maybe lastly, do you have any advice for women entrepreneurs who want to get involved and make a difference for the SDGs? What would be your advice to them?
Be bold, go for it. I know sometimes as women we tend to hesitate to take that bold step to go into it. I personally believe, having worked in the context of the government for a very long time before joining the International Trade Center, I have seen a great move towards ensuring that there is support being provided for women. A lot of resources, a lot of technical assistance support coming through, and I believe this is the opportunity for women to take advantage, and we are there to support all of them.
On this positive note, thank you so much, Ms. Dorothy Tembo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's Celtic, so I'm not.
I always have a...
So short. Short and sweet.
Where do you want us to sit?
Sorry, it's like too many of these today.
Well, good afternoon and greetings from the SDG Media Zone in Davos in Switzerland. We're live on UN television, webtv.un.org, and we're here for a discussion about the role of business schools in the decade of action to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, just beginning here in 2020. I'm joined by Ilan Mihov, who's the Dean of INSEAD. Thank you for joining us. The Executive Director of the Hoffman Global Institute for Business and Society, Catel Goulven. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
And to my left, Peter Tufano, the Dean of the Said Business School at the University of Oxford. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, why don't we start off with you, Ilan? Here we are trying to engage, the next generation of CEOs in this important global agenda. How important is it to you as one of the leading business schools to be able to do that?
Well, I think that it is crucially important because if at business schools we don't change the way that people think about business and society, about SDGs, I think that there is very little hope that the future will change. So for us, it is absolutely important. A year ago, we actually launched this Global Institute for Business and Society that Catel is heading with a very ambitious goal to change mindsets and to change management education, not just INSEAD, but to basically say that in the process of value creation for the company, our alumni, in general executives, should think what is the value that they create for the society and the environment. So to start integrating this. The SDGs are the framework within which we measure some of these impacts, but in my view, today, if we don't go into business schools, in universities, the future will be, I think, very bleak.
Indeed. Catel, how are you working with your institute to make this transformation happen, to inspire this new generation of leadership?
So I think the first thing is that we really adopt an integrative approach. We want to make sure that we infiltrate the SDG within everything that the school does. So our strategy is really to incentivize research from as many departments as possible on what these topics mean for their own management area. We want to make sure it's integrated in our curricula, whatever is their format, that we engage our alumni community, which is 60,000 people in 174 countries. So it's like a mini UN that we can use, minus some of the bureaucracy to push change. And we also engage our staff. And most importantly, really all our colleagues working on campus services and operations to reduce our footprint. So the main idea and where we are now is that shouldn't come as an afterthought, as something on the side, like go see Catel and talk about it. It should really be everybody's business within a business school.
Yeah, and Ilan, how hard is it to engage young students and future business leaders in this agenda?
It's very interesting because I would say 10 years ago it was difficult. I've had discussions here in Davos about what business schools should do, and then the students were a little bit reluctant. today it's exactly the opposite. The students are the ones pushing
Yeah.
for more of these topics in our core courses. In fact, we changed the curriculum 2 years ago, introducing 3 courses on business and society that are required, in addition to tons of electives on sustainable operations, inequality, and so on. So the students are actually the agents of change. And I think that even more important is that the faculty now are gathering around this topic as well. Because if we don't have the professors behind this, it's very difficult then to make change. Students won't change, but if there are no professors who want to teach this. At INSEAD, actually, we have more than 40 professors engaged in the institute that Cattell is leading. And also the alumni community, these 60,000 alumni all over the world, are pushing us in that direction. Some of them actually challenged us in the beginning of January, 1 month, remove all single-use plastics from your daily life. 3,000 people have signed up, including me. And it's just one way to start thinking, becoming more aware how in my daily routine I start making this difference. But the students are fully behind this.
How do you harness the power of your alumni? I mean, that's a huge network of alumni that you have. It seems like it's a two-way conversation. How does that actually work in the real world?
So we haven't found a magic way of doing this, but we've piloted a number of things. One that Ilian just mentioned, to try to engage them for action.
Yeah.
I mean, as an old school, we're very good at engaging them, for reunions, for fundraising. So engaging them for action. That's what we're piloting now, and it's working. We also making sure that this is a theme that runs through every single forum and reunion we organize. And here we use the power of peer-to-peer influence. So that works also very well. And finally, we make sure that we also have conversation between the graduates, for instance, of our social entrepreneurship program, and our alumni who works in corporate settings, so that they can also exchange and learn from one another. The former having difficulty to scale, and the other one having difficulty to change their company from within. So I think we're testing a number of ways. Coming here to Davos and organizing some conversation in the SDG tent is also a way of having this conversation with all our alumni in Davos. Many of them are here.
And many of them watching live on UN television at this very moment with any luck, if they're paying attention to the...
Yes, but I think really the frontier of alumni engagement today is the engagement for action. And more of them are asking us. So we need to make sure we have programs as well that make sure that they keep their skills up on this lifelong learning, and we do that online. That's how we're starting piloting it, doing specific, very applied session online, such as how do you implement an integrated P&L, right? A session very applied, so that they can see how they can use this tool in their own business. So very applied and lifelong learning.
Peter, there was a time when business students learned about the bottom line and P&L, and how to keep the shareholders happy, and that was the purpose of business in this world. What's changed?
I think everything's changed. In the same sense, nothing's changed. If you go back to the early part of the 20th century, there's an expression that was used to describe business: earning decent profits decently. And for much of the 20th century, that was, if not in those words, the mantra around business. It was really since the 1970s that things have changed. But Oxford, as you might have imagined, doesn't change that much. So therefore, we've been kind of, as a young school, this notion about stakeholders, the notion about purpose, this has been baked into the DNA from the school from the very beginning. And so it's particularly heartening, because now everyone is adopting these ideas. For example, my colleague Colin Mayer's written his second book now called Prosperity, where he eloquently says that the purpose of business is to properly meet needs of people and planet. This is the core of what we teach at the school. So, at least at Oxford, this is just a natural way of thinking about business. Of course, we have to do finance and accounting and all the other things, but at the very core DNA of what we do is this agenda behind us, led by my boss, who's the chair of the governance board, Paul Pullman, who sits on UN Global Compact.
On our board as well, exactly. How do you guys work with the UN Global Compact, with the principles for responsible management education, to actually sort of, get these goals out into the minds of these young leaders who are coming out through the system?
I mean, I can start. Business schools like business school students and professors like nothing better than a structure.
Right.
This is a powerful structure. A structure that says we can list 17 things that need to be done. And then once they're a list, people start working on them.
Right.
And then you can kind of dig down. So one of the things that we did at our school is we did an inventory of all the activities at the school, what we're teaching in our courses, what we're doing in our, the physical operations, everything we're doing in exec ed, and we said, how can we map all that to the SDGs?
Right.
And so in the first instance, it's an intellectual structure. And then beyond that then, obviously there's groups of interest. And so we've connected with various groups of interest that are working with the UN on these very topics.
Yeah, yeah. And how do you guys work with the UN Global Compact and the Prime Initiative on this?
So we
agenda?
also have Paul Podman on the advisory board, so it seems like we have that in common, so that helps.
He's on our governance board.
And so we've been signatories from Prime since 2008, so it's been embedded in the school for a long time. I think the reporting aspect is very useful and important, and that's also what we do when we do our sustainability report and map our full research against the targets at the target level of the SDGs. So I think the reporting part is important. Another important connection is that it helps us, have conversations with other schools, learn from what they do, what works, what doesn't work, with Said and others, because it's not the agenda of only one business school. I mean, we should all be pushing in the same direction.
Yeah.
So I think there is that power. But to be very honest, I mean, I joined INSEAD from the UN, right? I've worked in the UN for a very long time. And I think what we need to be better at, all of us at Prime and also with school, is that we speak the same language and we trust one another from both sides.
Right.
It is not done yet, and sometimes the part of the UN that speak to business school or businesses is very different. So there is often a mismatch. So I think it's very important for us to make ourselves a little bit uncomfortable and try to see how things are done on the other side, so that we can better connect and better collaborate. We still, I think, have more to do there.
Yeah.
But what we need from Prime and from others are the metrics.
Right.
And how do we report? How do we measure our impact?
Ilan.
No, I think that actually Qatar is in the same institution, so that's very difficult to add to what we're doing. But we participated now in the review of Prime, of what UN Global Compact wants to do in the next review and so on. I'm actually coming to your anniversary in June to speak about what business schools are doing.
Excellent.
And I think that together we really can create this framework, this measurement, these metrics that Qatar was saying, so that we ourselves would better understand how fast we are moving, in what direction. We need an independent arbiter of...
It's tricky to measure the impact of research, as we know. So we've mapped the business solution that come out of INSEAD's research, again, against the SDG target, but how do they trickle down to actual change in business? I mean, this is very complex for us to do. Some schools are thinking about that. We're not the only ones, so we need more brain power to nail this one.
Maybe I can pick up on two of the things that you just said. So one of the things that we can all do is change our tenure standards. So we've changed ours at Oxford to include impact as part of our tenure standards, because otherwise our faculty don't have the direct incentives. And Katal, you said make people uncomfortable. I'm proud to say that I made all of my MBAs depressed last year because they started an entire week where all they learned from scientists was the science of climate change, which is a daunting week. And they went in, and the first module was actually, how is it we process information that is so hard that we don't want to even hear it? And then they went into a week where scientists, and the advantage of being in a university is we can bring our scientists in, went through where does carbon come from, where does it go to, what are the processes, how do you get to the tipping points where things become carbon sinks, actually become carbon emitters. And they came out of that week, and they're starting this entire year thinking about where are the specific intervention points that specific businesses can make in order to address this climate issue. And this is a period intense discomfort. And I think what we have to be able to be willing to do is to all be uncomfortable, because the world's in a very uncomfortable place right now. And as educators, sometimes we think of students as customers. At this point, we have to remind ourselves that our role in education is not only for them, but for the entire society. And the discomfort that my students felt this week or last week, I think, was a great source of learning.
And a great wake-up call. So Peter Tofano from Oxford University, Catel Le Gouvin from INSEAD, Ilan Mihal from INSEAD, thank you so much for joining us here in the SDG Media Zone.
Thank you.
Thank you for
in
having
Davos.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the SDG Media Zone here in Davos. We're live on UN Web TV, and we're going to talk about businesses and climate action. And I have with me two distinguished speakers, Mr. José Luis Blasco from Acciona, the new CEO of Acciona, a renewable energy company.
Global Sustainability Director, sorry.
Global Sustainability Director, sorry. And also Carrie Adler, CEO of Sky Power, a solar power operator and developer. So both of your companies have joined the Global Compact's 1.5 degree initiative, this business ambition initiative, which asks businesses to set science-based targets to really achieve the limit of global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, based on this, tell us why are you leaders in this field? Why are you taking on such ambitious targets?
Correct, that's fine.
I'll follow your lead.
No, okay. I think that let me tell you a secret. When I joined the company, my first meeting was with an investor. And they asked me, what is Acciona? Because maybe you be confused. Maybe you think that we are an infrastructure company with a renewables business, or we are a renewable business with a legacy of construction. We are focused on the opportunities of the Sustainable Development Goals and how infrastructure is impulsing development. For us, it's natural to take these kinds of challenges. But for the people who is watching us, I think that the best advice that we can do is say, okay, if we finally have decided to be net zero in 2050, now the opportunities are here. Year by year, you will be facing the risk. And this is our philosophy. There are a lot of opportunities in this transformation. If you apply this medicine for your company, maybe you are better prepared than other competitors in the market.
Carrie Adler, what would you say?
My path here is a little bit different. I came from the business process outsourcing industry where I built a large company. Today it's grown, it's 50,000 employees. I wanted to do something different for humanity. And my feeling was that nothing wrong with being a capitalist nor an activist. However, being an extremist is a challenge. So I decided to try to find the mix, the balance. Spending a lot of time as I had in India in my previous business, I got to see poverty, energy poverty. Maslow's hierarchy of needs says, food, shelter, water, safety. That's not true. It really should be power, because in the hottest days of the summer, you need to be cool. In the coldest days of the winter, you need to be warm. And if you want to have clean water, you need electricity. If you want to read at night, you need electricity. If you want to stop assault on children and women in some of these countries that don't have electricity or security, you need light. So light is so quintessential to humanity's very existence. Using natural gas, building pipelines, building transmission lines is nothing short of a fairy tale in the next century. You just can't make it happen. So we gravitated to the sun. It's been around for billions of years. It's reliable, it's predictable, it's profitable, and we believe that by putting all of our efforts and energies and the experiences that we have, we can make a difference. And we challenge others to make a difference. This is, Ban Ki-moon awarded me as the pioneer for climate action in 2016. It was a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing because it opened my eyes. It was a curse because I didn't estimate the amount of work it would be, but it's not work, it's passion. So now we take this message to countries around the world and we try to share with them the need to give power to their people, to grow their economies, create jobs, create opportunities, get rid of the inequalities, and give everyone a chance to be part of humanity.
Yeah, and this 1.5 degree business ambition initiative was launched in September at the UN Climate Action Summit with 87 companies and has now grown to 188 and counting. So you as leaders, as pioneers, how do we get even more companies to join this? How do we sell it, so to speak?
I think the beauty of the commitment with the 1.5 is that you need to commit not only with your own emissions, you need to also to engage with the supply chain. And I think that we have two roles as a company. First of all is to try to get the most from our organizations in terms of reductions, and also to engage the whole supply chain. To give you an example, our goal is to reduce 60% of our emissions in 2030, and also to engage our supply chain in order to reduce 46%. Believe me, this is an amazing challenge.
That's ambitious. And I want to hear more about how you're going to get there.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe. But
music.
yeah, we have some background music here.
You know,
maybe it's not on camera.
You know, people, it's human nature for us to, I mean, human nature is to procrastinate. We don't make decisions until we feel that it's too late. And it's not that it's wrong, it's just that's how we're made up. It's, you know, the hunter and the gatherer mentality. If you don't feel threatened, you don't go into survival mode. So you have to look at another psychology on how to get people to accept that they own a piece of this planet and they own the responsibility to do something. And you don't have to be Sigmund Freud to figure out that guilt is probably one of the greatest ways. You know, there are organizations around the world, health clubs or family groups or organizations where they list all the members. And they're not shy about saying this one's paid, this one hasn't paid. Why not take the 5,000 largest companies in the world, put it on the website, and show the ones that have committed to climate action. It's either committed or waiting for a commitment. Now there's an impetus, because no matter how many events you make around the world, no matter how many times you talk about the need for sustainable development goals, companies don't feel compelled. Last night I spent some time with the chairman of Aramco, and I shared with him that the most important thing right now for humanity is a leader like Aramco takes initiative and does more in renewables. Because people follow leaders. And I really believe it resonated with them. Look, they're a wealthy company, oil rich. They're started working in the renewable area, but they need to do more. I had dinner with the president of Chevron, Shell, and I asked the president of Chevron, what is it that you're doing in renewables? You got $20 billion invested in Kazakhstan. What are you doing in renewables? And the answer is very little. Last week at the World Future Energy Summit, huge exhibition, probably 20, 30,000 people showed up. We had a booth right outside the main entrance, and in front of our booth was a sign. It was Exxon. It says, "Energy everywhere." I still have not found any investments that Exxon has made in renewable energy. Why? Why wouldn't they set an example? It helped their share price. If they invested $1 billion in renewables, their market cap would increase minimum 8 to 9-fold. Where are their investment bankers? They know this. So I think we have to call people out. And they could say, look, not ready to make a commitment, but it's either they have or they haven't. So start with a list of everyone, highlight those that have, but also let the world know who hasn't, because I don't know who hasn't. I will tell you that we may sit here and think that 150, 200 companies is great, but we're coming close to 2050. Look at the temperatures around the world. 13 cities in India will probably be uninhabitable in the next 30 years if the heat continues. So we've got to act now. And hoping and waiting, hope can't be part of our strategy. We can't sit here, hope and wait that these companies are going to recognize that it's their fiduciary responsibility not only to their shareholders but to the planet to do the right thing. Yes, it may impact their value, but it's their job to figure out how to transition to maintain that value while also maintaining the planet for humanity today and for the future generations.
Yeah, and the 1.5 degree target really is just a stepping stone towards the net zero emissions that we're aiming for by 2050, right? So how are we going to get there? I mean,
You're not. You're not.
Yeah.
You know, it's not climate change, it's climate changed. You're not going to get there.
countries would have to cut their emissions in half today in order for us to reach it. So the sooner the world recognizes we are not going to get there, we have to now think of what we're going to do in order to stop it. Because there is no math today that shows how we get there. That's the truth. You know, we can candy code it, we are not going to get there because we don't have the power to influence all the governments and all the companies in this world to make that dramatic change that's necessary for a host of reasons.
We are more positive. I think that around the countries where the European Union is the first big economic area to be committed with the net zero target. In the European Union, I think that we have a real toolkit in order to align, first of all, the regulation, smart regulation, and also to align the financial sector to make it happen. I can give you a couple of examples.
Sorry, but European Union represents what percentage of the total contribution carbon emissions?
25.
Okay, so 25% gets there.
Yeah.
Weighted average.
No, I can give you another.
I just want to understand the math.
Yes.
I'd love it to be real, but I want to be pragmatic, but also honest.
To be honest, we are not legitimacy in order to make this kind of statement if we are part of the low carbon economy. And I think that the people who will be here will be the people who you have mentioned before, that from Chevron, around only 20 companies. I read in the Guardian probably 1 month ago. Only 20 companies. The amount, the first one of them are Saudi Aramco. The amount of emissions of these largest emitters are 32% of the total amount. I can give you an idea. We take this 1.5 commitment and link it with the Paris Agreement. We have the tool. The Article 6.8 allow to have private registries as following your recommendation. Give the opportunity to these guys to put in the public report and account all their emissions every year in another country, because these largest emitters maybe makes the difference.
But calling them bad doesn't solve a problem. I think that if you call people out as bad, then they got their PR machines show what they do is good, and it's greenwashing. I think you just put a list together and say, these are the companies that have made a commitment and these are not. And it's binary, it's either they did or they didn't. But let's just say that the European Union manages to live up to the Paris Agreement. Yeah. Let's just say it happens. What about the other countries? You know how many coal plants are expected to come online in the next 5 years?
No, but I think that we have an opportunity. I think that instead that you said that, I think that to be positive at this stage would be more encouraging, because we spend more or less 50 years saying to the people that we have the Armageddon here and we will be like Venus in only blah blah blah.
Okay. Let me zero in on 15 years. So 15 years.
Let me try with
hold on, 15 years you've known about this. Okay, so for 15 years you know about it longer than I have. So if it's been 15 years, what have we done about it? Temperatures are rising.
No, yes, I fully agree.
And what no one's taken into account is, as we invest in all this infrastructure and helping these countries grow, these developing nations grow, you know, one of the biggest sources of carbon emissions is concrete. Yeah. So you're building up these countries, you're trying to fix them, you're trying to help them, and then populations grow, economic growth happens, you power them, and now they're part of society, and now they consume more energy. We are net positive, not anywhere near the negative. And the minute we realize that that's a fact, we got to accept it and say, okay, now what? Let's come up with a real plan, not hope.
Yeah, but business, I think that the movement of business is try to balance risk and opportunities. Okay, risk and reward. And you need to have a smart regulation and also in some incentives in order to move the economy in this direction. Not only the faith of the people that we need to change. I think that we need to be practical. And for me, how we can action in this direction that we are agree to go through, need to have a practical things that move the market in this direction.
Yeah, COP25 we're coming up to, right? Or COP26, I've lost track.
26 coming up.
Okay, 26, they've been trying to put in place a price on carbon. You know, I shared with Gerard Masro, at the Economic Forum in Toronto a couple of months ago. Like, it's time to give up the dice. Like, you don't have a price on carbon. No one's agreed. Now let's put our minds to solving this problem. We can't just say we have to come up with a plan. What is the plan? Put all the leaders of the world in a room for a week, and they don't leave till they come out with a plan. Take the Fortune 500 or Global 500 CEOs, put them in the room, and everybody comes to an agreement, and we act. We have to set an example. We can't just say, we need to come up with a plan, we need to come up with a plan. I've been hearing that for 15 years.
Yeah, but
where's the plan?
I think we all agree. I mean, we all agree this is an emergency. We need more businesses to commit to sustainable principles. But there's also undoubtedly a movement we're seeing, a drive towards more sustainability in many, many businesses, and also coming from consumers driving that, I think. So maybe let's close with some examples of in your company, how are you getting your own employees, let's say your staff, to buy into this, and how are you driving this internally, and how could other companies learn from that?
Yeah, our company is around 170,000 tons emissions. We are not after 10 years of effort, okay? But we about millions of tons with our renewable energy. It's very difficult. You will be very comfortable with avoiding a huge amount of tons of CO2, and you need to have the same medicine. We put a price on carbon from the beginning. From the beginning, every single project in Acciona had a P&L to pay at the end of the year, depending on the CO2 that is they have emit. This is linked also with the incentive of the people and also with the recognition. We have a team of sustainable leaders that have special programs for the training. I don't think that we need to be practical. We are operating in 60 countries around the world. We have many cultures, different cultures, and we need to engage with all of them. I think that we need to have simple, clear, and effective when we are designing this kind of. And we think that the price of carbon internally, but real, not only on paper, you need to pay, could be a good sign up to move forward.
Our footprint is a lot smaller than theirs. I mean, first we start with everyone that works at Sky Power is sustainable at heart, and they understand what we do. We occupy, BOMA LED buildings, where the lights shut off when you leave an office. I mean, right down to the recycling we do. We put processes in place like our expense policy that manages use of vehicles to the extent that we can control it. We don't use private jets. I mean, we do what is necessary to reduce our carbon footprint. We are a very net negative number. It's so small that we don't really sit there and count, but we are global citizens. We look at areas that we can always improve. But what's more important is, I mean, we're doing our share. It's not enough. He's doing his share. It's not enough. I just have one question, and no one seems to be able to answer it. We all know there's a problem. There's an emergency. The house is on fire. It's burning. Here it's a little cold in Davos, but other parts of the world, it's burning. Who is going to make this plan? We all know there's a need for one. Who's the fire chief that says this is how we're going to put out the fire? These are goals, and the Global Compact has done an incredible job of synthesizing the most important tasks of humanity and of humans. But climate action is by far the greatest. You don't have to worry about education if people can't go to school. So Lise Kingo said it so eloquently yesterday. Equality is important, education is important, but you got to deal with the climate because people have to live in a hospitable environment where they can breathe air. The rising seas is going to create the greatest migration. It's going to be like in the Serengeti. And we haven't even begun to comprehend what that is. So we all know there's a need to a plan. I'm ready to be part of sitting down designing that plan. But who else is going to join me? We can't just talk. We have to have a vision and a timeline of this is the date, the plan, and people are going to sign up to it. And it's not signing a piece of paper that says, I pledge. It's a commitment, a sovereign commitment, a corporate commitment. Because a sovereign commitment and a corporate commitment is unbreakable. A promise can be broken. We tried, I'm sorry. But a sovereign commitment and a corporate commitment is what's necessary. And I think the UN Global Compact has done an amazing job of getting the right people together. Now we need to take to the next step for the future of the generations to come.
Yeah, you are both pioneers and leaders in this field, and I thank you for sharing your insights and experiences, and we need more of you, more of this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're live in Davos in the SDG Media Zone. I'm Dan Thomas from the United Nations Global Compact. And we're here to talk about climate change, climate action, and action really on the front lines of climate change. I'm joined by Hindu Ibrahim, who's an SDG advocate appointed by the Secretary General from Chad. Thank you for joining us. And Justin Winters, who's the co-founder of One Earth and the Executive Director of Earth's Call Fund. Thank you for joining us, Justin.
Lovely to be here.
First of all, why don't we start with you, Hindu? You're someone who's really seen the impact of climate change really in a very extreme way. Someone who's been really on the front line. Tell us about how hard it is for those communities to deal with this change that's happening to our climate.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. So, climate change, it's not the issue of the future, it's the issue of today. Because where I'm coming from, Chad, from my indigenous communities, where people are fighting to get access to the resources that's shrinking. And people are killing each other. So, world have nothing than worse by killing someone just to get access to the piece of land or piece of water. So that's why it's very important to figure out also those people who are dying, they are innovators, they are solution makers. They do that with the less that they have, through the traditional knowledge that they do have. One of the examples I can give you, the community have to leave from one place to another one to find water and pasture. So they don't have satellite images, they don't have TV or radio where can guide them to go from one place to another one. So they have only the observation of the nature. If the birds migrate, if the insect make them eggs, if the trees make the flowers, if the wind come from one side or from the another, and they know exactly where to find them survival. So this is very crucial to know and very crucial to empower those people to make a difference.
And Justin, why is it important to support these communities on the front line? Why is it something that your foundation and your work is concentrating on?
We think the key to solving the climate crisis and ensuring that the planet stays at doesn't go above 1.5 degrees Celsius is actually getting resources and support and partnership and shining a light on those that are on the front lines, both fighting climate change, but also the ones that hold the solution to the climate crisis. We just think that there's been very insignificant resources that have actually reached efforts on the ground, and specifically indigenous communities, and it's time to change that. We need to radically scale up the amount of resources that are going to those folks on the front lines.
Hindu, why do indigenous communities get left behind in this way? Why aren't they getting the resources? They have so much knowledge to share.
So, indigenous peoples are front line of climate change because their life depends from the environment. They can come from Arctic, from Amazon, from Siberia, Asia, mountain, or from Africa in Sahel where I'm living. Their life depends from the environment. So they do not depend from the end of the month salaries. So that's make them in front line of climate change. And why they are left behind? Because their life is linked with the environment and they do not connect with the global development that we are calling. So the globalizations, it's aimed the door just into the capital. It's not reaching the rural areas. So the areas indigenous people living do not have electricity, do not have schools, do not have hospital. It's still now. That's why SDGs must give a big way to be localized and give access to those people to do not be left behind. And SDGs must also do the action right now. We have the window of these 10 years. This decade is decade of environment, but it's decade of making the 17 goals together actionable to do not left them anymore behind.
Thank you. Justin, how many people are we talking about? I mean, there's indigenous communities in many countries. Maybe in some countries a small percentage of the total population. But I mean, how many indigenous communities are you trying to reach with your funding and your encouragement?
Well, and historically, I've mostly worked with indigenous communities across the Americas because, we've had, there's never enough resources to get out the door, but you can partner with other philanthropies and other institutions to encourage them to do more trust-based grant making and providing general support to the communities on the ground. And we've seen remarkable things happen when you provide the resources with trust to allow communities to start to both fight back industries that are encroaching on their lands and in their waters, and also to build up alternative livelihoods, to install renewable energy. It's remarkable what can happen when people have basic support and partnership, and you start building connection.
Give us an example of some catalytic funding that you've provided and you've seen to be effective.
So I've had a long-standing partnership through different institutions I've been a part of, but and I'm also a board member of Amazon Frontlines, and they, I've worked with them for many, many years. And way back when, we provided catalytic funding to them to help them build out clean water infrastructure so that their communities would have access to clean water. They were all sick and dying from toxic oil spills. And there's no way for a community and an individual to fight against fossil fuel interests and to fight for the rights if they're sick and dying. They need to be healthy and they need to be vibrant. And so the very first thing that at that moment we were able to do was able to provide funding to build out the clean water systems. And from there, they were able to more fully build out their program, including land rights, including really mapping their territories, including building out alternative livelihoods. So it's a very holistic approach, and the first step is often asking them what they need, asking them what is the basic thing in your community that would help build health, that would help build power, that would help build community. And then working with them in partnership to help them build out their program more holistically.
Yeah. Hindu, is technology an opportunity for indigenous communities to help them adapt and fight climate change? Is it a question of not having access to that technology, or is it just a question of money? I mean, what is it that could empower indigenous communities to make them more effective?
Justin said well, trust. The word that you say, trust, this is very important. Because when you want to build a partnership with someone, so it has to be your partners. It's not have to be like your controllers. And then to do it, it has to be based on a trust. And when you have a trust with someone, don't ask for like report, writing. It has to be perfect.
Right.
Most of indigenous people didn't went to school. We don't have expert in our office. We are not UN. Don't confuse like the work of UN institutions who can help in the government supporting with an indigenous small organization or community. So when the people come with the money, they want us to write a very beautiful report and financial reports and whatever.
Right.
We don't have a bank account. We don't have receipt. It cannot work. But if they build trust between the communities, so they come in the ground and see the work that we are doing, the money indigenous people are not taking it to do some other business.
Right.
They're taking it to just restore the land, to restore the biodiversity, to build a small economy in the communities. So it's have to change this business. Technology is very important. Technology can build the capacity. When you go now in least developing countries like in Africa, in Asia, the world is going very fast. In Davos, they are talking about the flying car and the fifth industrial revolution. For us, we jump from, we don't get a telephone line to the mobile line.
Right.
And now for sure we are going to jump from all the computers things to the tablet or something very virtual.
Right.
So how does technology can be respond to what indigenous peoples need, to what we adapt to, and how does technology can help to restore the nature? Because the first technology that exists is an indigenous people's nature relationship. So why we cannot use the indigenous intelligence rather than artificial intelligence that we cannot control and that can create maybe more inequity? The SDG 10. Right. This is the thing. SDG 10, we do not filling this gap. So we need to fill this gap between countries, between communities, and between partners. So I really appreciate what you are doing. So we need to multiply what you are doing in order to give us a good example.
I love that idea of indigenous intelligence. That's something that must be harnessed. Justin, you're providing funding for indigenous communities on the front line. How do you measure the impact of that funding? I mean, presumably the people that give you money from the world of capitalism, from business, people who've made a lot of money, I suppose at some stage they want to know, well, how is funding helping?
Well, we've been lucky. I've been lucky to be part of projects that we've given funding to that have ended up being very successful. Right. What we did need to give them was a longer timeline, right, to actually and give them an opportunity to really talk about what they were up against, right, and really communicate that to funders that are putting funding in to support them, so that they really understand the context of what these communities are up against. Yeah. And luckily, a lot of the investments that I have helped make have ended up having very tangible wins in the courts, in calling out for the rights of indigenous people to have land tenure. So it has ended up being actually very quantifiable, but that's not always the case. Right. And I think that philanthropy in general needs to kind of loosen and modernize and rethink their structures and their systems to give equal opportunity and access to all these incredible, inspiring leaders around the world that are doing incredible work and deserve support and really do hold the key to a very special kind of way of solving this problem. And there's no doubt, this is very logical, but local communities, indigenous communities, they are the best long-term protectors of their lands and their communities and their waters. They have a history there, they have a whole culture there, they have every reason to want their community to thrive. It makes a lot of sense when it's very local and very regional and very relational and about family. Yeah. But it does require the systems that we have on the other side, whether they're institutional, philanthropic, government, et cetera, to rethink how they distribute resources.
Hindu, I want to give you the last word. You're an SDG advocate. You're appointed by the Secretary General to advocate for these SDGs. There's 10 years to go before we have to achieve all of these goals. How confident are you feeling right now in 2020 about this decade of action and the journey that we have to travel together as a human family to achieve this agenda?
Well, as SDG advocate, and when I have in my side Justin, I think I will be very confident. And when I came to Davos and I see the focus on nature and then they focus on climate change, I also feel confident we are going to move, because those peoples was not the right one. But when we step back in the decisions, they say they're going to zero carbon on 2050, then I'd be less optimistic. I said no, it's have to start right now. Right. And it's have to start by everyone and each. Business need to change. It can't be continuously business as usual. Fossil fuel have to end. Renewable are there. They are cheaper now when we have the proof. People are there. We are seeing the value of the nature. And we are seeing if you protect a nature, you can get plus in your business. And the example is Costa Rica. As government, as business, as people, they did all, and then they're going to the zero fossil. They're going to renewable 100%. Yeah. They're going to zero plastic in all. So it's happened. It's can work. So we get all the card in our hand. If we want, we can do it. And that's why I'm optimistic also with my other 16 SDG advocates who have a different background and who are very committed in each of the SDGs. We can make it, but we cannot make it without the support of all all the peoples outside and the peoples who are left behind. So this business have to change, and we can really reach it.
Hindu, Ibrahim, SDG advocate, I'm very pleased that we've got you advocating for the Sustainable Development Goals and helping send that message out to the world. Justin Winters, the co-founder of One Earth, Executive Director of Earth's Core Fund. Thank you so much for both to you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Well, if you'd like to.
Where's the camera? What's
The camera's over there.
Yeah,
and I think it's, where are we cutting the camera, Sam? About knee height, is it?
Yeah, a little bit higher. So
A little bit high, so we can't
That's
see.
great. You can't see the holes in my stockings. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
This is Anne's phone. Oh, so some long bags we have here.
Yeah.
Yes, oh my God.
So I saw the Veuve Clicquot bottles arriving there. So it's,
they've been going upstairs for a while. It's not a photo we can take with you.
All right, well, good afternoon. I'm Dan Thomas from the United Nations Global Compact, and I'm here with this distinguished panel in the SDG Media Zone here in Davos, Switzerland. And I'm very pleased to be moderating a panel about women driving the SDGs, SDG action. On my far left, Anne Rosenberg from SAP and SAP Next Gen. Lorraine Harriton, the President and CEO of Catalyst. And last but by no means least, Katja Iversen, the President and Executive Director of Women Deliver. Thank you for joining us. So we're here to talk about driving the SDGs, this universal agenda. And why don't we start with you? How are you driving the SDGs? And what is the contribution that women can make to this global agenda?
So I think actually here at Davos 2020 we have made a big statement by bringing the SDG Media Zone into the biggest women house at Davos, at the Equality Lounge, and I think that we will see a world going forward where with the 2030 agenda that women would step up and really be leading the conversation and redefining a new world where women will get a whole new role. This is the opportunity we have as women now by bringing the SDGs into the core businesses. And actually tomorrow we are launching the SDG Ambition. It's a collaboration between your Compact and DC Kimbo and Essentia and SAP, and it's actually going to be launched by 3 women. Our co-CEO Jennifer Morgan, the CEO of Essentia, and Lisa Kimbo. So I think the opportunity we have as women, of course, is also action we need to take as women, is that everything needs to be redefined now. All business model, all vision, mission statements, company, all value chains, the way we go to market, the way we communicate, the way we do our people management, everything needs to be changed going forward. And in that change, you need to have a much more holistic mindset, which women in general really a little bit better than men have. So I think women have the opportunity now really to lead going forward with the SDG ambition.
Lorraine, how are you catalyzing action on the SDGs?
Well, first of all, we know that women hold up half the world. So if we get to a really equitable place, women will be more impactful. In fact, everyone will, because we need to take advantage of all the talent to face the challenges we have and to make the most fulfilling world. At Catalyst, we're specifically focused on the business community, and we've been doing that for 58 years. But today, this moment right now is really important because there's so much focus on it and so much understanding that if we want to really take advantage of the talent in the world, in the business community, we really have to go to full equity. We need to have diverse, inclusive, and equitable environments. So we're seeing a heightened awareness and action on the part of CEOs. In fact, the International Business Council just announced a bunch of measurements, some of them are diversity and inclusion measurements, holding people accountable within corporations. But corporations have a really strong role, especially large multinationals, because between their employers, their supply chain, the communities that they impact, they cover the globe many, many times over, and they can act as leaders to be really impactful to drive change. And they're doing that. You see what they're talking about. They're talking about not only employees, but the communities, their supply chain, and how they can get to equity. So I think Catalyst, as an organization that represents 900 large organizations around the world, we can really drive impact, and that's what we're trying to do.
Katja, you're delivering, women are delivering. How are they delivering the SDGs?
That's a funny question to ask. Would you ever ask it about a man?
I don't know.
All right. So we know and we can prove that when you invest in girls and women, there is that ripple effect that benefits not only the individual girl or woman, but really benefits families, societies, economies, businesses. And when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, yes, there's a Sustainable Development Goal number 5 that's dedicated to gender equality and women's empowerment, but you're not going to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals if you don't take gender equality, if you don't take girls and women into that equation. So having women in leadership, both in defining how we're going to do things, but also in executing. Those lived experiences are so key. At Women Deliver, we work with everyone who want to make a change. And what I've brought here to Davos is a gender lens, because it's missing. It's missing so many places. And my encouragement to CEOs of businesses, of organizations, but also to heads of states is use this one, look at what you're doing, look at what you want to do, because we're not going to achieve those SDGs without that gender lens.
And it's still a long way before we have gender equality. Why is it proving to be so difficult? Why is it such a hard sort of target to reach? Where are we now? And why are we struggling to go where we need to get? What's your view on that?
I think fundamentally it has to do with that we pretend that we are doing a lot. And we see the last 5 years since the 17 Global Goals and the 10 Principles have come out that not too much have actually improved. And if you ask people around the world, there are a lot of people saying we have done a lot. But we're doing it very much in isolations, and we're not doing it where we actually put sustainability into the core of the business model. And you can say to run a sustainable business, and where you also put the whole thing about women into the right setting, you need to work with your business model innovation, you need to look at your whole operation model, and you need to make sure sustainability become a winning strategy for the company. So when you look at the SDG ambition that we are launching tomorrow, when you now go in and you redefine your entire value chain, you go into every single line of businesses in the company. You're going to look at your entire board. You look at the way the company is being managed. You look at the way you go to market. If you begin to put women correctly into that setting, so there are two sides of that with women, put women into the right setting of that new way of running the company, but also that women actually drive that change, you begin to see women actually leading the change. And that's one of the things that I want to see, and I spoke a lot with Lisa Kingo and Shelley about, that Shelley's behind the whole female quotient, is that if we can get the whole women movement, not just to be a movement about talking about women, but a movement where the women actually are defining the future, I think we have an opportunity to close the gender gap. But it also means that women really need to, you can say, skill up and be activated on the understanding about sustainability. And women in general are very much about community and this more care, human perspective. So the way I look at the future is that we will see women, we already are seeing with them tomorrow when we launch the SDG ambition, it is actually women who are launching it, that women will be leading going forward. They will build the new world. Of course together with men, but women will be stepping up. And that's what I will see. And I think when you go around here in Davos, this house here, the Equality Lounge, it is probably the most greatest house right now at Davos this year. Right. And of course it's a great house, but I also think it is showing the change. Right. Yeah. So I am super optimistic about this.
Lorraine, we talk in business about setting targets to get women into senior management positions, women onto boards. Sometimes we talk about trying to achieve 30%. Why aren't we talking about 50%? Why is it so hard to even imagine a world when there's half and half on a board, senior management, throughout companies. What is it about the business sector which is resisting change?
Well, when we talk about change, we have talking about cultural change.
Right.
So in order to accomplish that, we, in business, we have to have the top of the organization really committed to it. That means they have to think it's the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. And I was just listening to Jamie Dimon, and he's on my board at Catalyst. He's talking about this is good for business. Business leaders think it's important because they understand to make better decisions, you need diverse teams. And you also, if you want the best talent, I mean, Jamie actually just talked about this. We can't have a world, corporations can't just privilege 10% of the world's global population, white men. That's not the way the world is. They have diverse teams that work together, and you've got to get the best talent if you're going to win. So you got to have that commitment like Jamie has at the top. He's done a really good job. Then you've got to measure and hold people accountable, and you've got to set aggressive goals. And then you've got to put the processes and do the education and the cultural change deep into your organization at every level. Catalyst recently came out with research about building an inclusive workplace and what it takes to be a leader. 45%, and inclusive workplace means that people can come, be their, feel like they belong, be their whole self, and be productive. To build an inclusive workplace, the first line manager has to be an inclusive leader. So we have work on what does that take. We are working with, unfortunately, still predominantly male, white populations to help them understand their privilege, help them understand the benefits they have for having a more inclusive workplace, and then help them understand on every day what they can do to interrupt bias, to provide more support, to create more equity, to accomplish that. So 3 things people need to do in companies. They need to be, the leadership has to buy in, they have to have measurements, and then they got to build inclusive cultures that also take into account equity. It means that especially people of color or underserved communities around the world, they're different in every country, need to be given a special help so that they can have real equity.
Thank you. Katja, how do you work with men to achieve this transition? I mean, it seems that there's a barrier there to full participation. How do you work with men to encourage them to be part of this solution?
Really good question. First and foremost, gender equality is not a woman's problem. It's a societal issue.
Right.
It's a business imperative, and it's about both men and women, boys and girls, and however you define yourself. So diversity means it's everybody.
Right.
And it's great. One of the wonderful things of being in Davos is to see a lot of good men stepping it up and using that gender lens and really trying to do it, not least thanks to your job. You've done a wonderful job to really push and show in the most constructive way. That's also what we do at Women Deliver. We come with solutions. We come and we show. So absolutely, yes, we need to measure what we treasure. Working with men is key. And some of the latest research from the State of the World's Fathers that was launched at the Women Deliver conference showed that 85% of men really care and really want to do more for gender equality and also want to do more at home. Because let's face it, most women have double jobs, if not triple jobs. So they take that care burden, and that's been defined as a woman's area. But when men step that one up, they also win.
Absolutely.
So we see that when you tackle the gender norms or the gender stereotypes, men also win. Because let's face it, you know, a man, what's defined as a real man? Well, he's tall, he's rich, he's strong, and he has a good jaw. You know, most of the men I know, they don't live up to that. So they also, you know, kind of those gender stereotypes that we have put each other in, you know, we all lose.
Right.
And when you break them, not only do you get better business,
Exactly.
you get better societies. And if I may be a little cheeky, research also shows that you get a better intimate life at home.
All right.
So, you know, if you're talking incentives here.
Yeah. Well, we're not allowed to talk about sex on UN television.
I did not use the word.
Oh, no, I did.
You did not use
All right.
that word.
Well, there we go. Well, look, thank you very much. This has been a great conversation. Anne Rosenberg, Lorraine Harriton, and Katja Iverson, thank you so much for joining us here in the SDG Media Zone, live on UN television from Davos. Thank you.
the way you do to inspire like women all over the world.
Yes,
so that is. Going to inspire women and close the gender gap.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Sounds great.
All right.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Dan Thomas from the United Nations Global Compact, and we're here in the SDG Media Zone in Davos, Switzerland, speaking to you live on UN television, webtv.un.org. Thank you to the audience joining us here, but thank you to our online audience for joining us as well. We're here to talk about the passion to drive the movement around the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, and all of that, all of those goals those universal goals that the movement represents. I'm joined by Anne Rosenberg, the Senior Vice President of UN Partnerships at SAP and the Global Head of SAP Next Gen. Thank you for joining us. And Julianne Hough, the founder and CEO of Kinergy Expanded Fitness. Thank you very much. I gather you're a celebrity in this country, so it's really exciting to have you on the United Nations television. First of all, Julianne, why don't we talk about what you're doing to motivate and inspire women?
Absolutely. So I believe that when we are connected to ourselves and we can find that internal connection, we can see and experience the people around us and be able to relate to them without separation and division, but really see people for who they are. And then when that happens, we get to experience the world how it should be, which is in its most pure and true form, which is love. And so I am all about the human elevation before anything. It starts from within. So the way that we do the work from the inside out is more sustainable than trying to do the work from the outside in.
And how do you get people to connect with that inner?
Yes, this is fun.
Inner self, right?
So, people are always thinking, "Oh, I need to change. That's so scary."
Right.
But if you change that thought process to, instead of the fear of change, it's actually the joy of transformation.
Cool.
And when we look inward, there's the physical health, right? In the 50s, Joe Weider and his brother, they created like fitness for your body. We're in the age of mental health right now, which is that cognitive awareness of what is going on and the anxieties and the depressions, and being focused on what we need to help. What we're moving into is now energetic health that people aren't really talking about yet, but they will be. And so it's the combination of the body, the movement of body, the visualization of your mind, and then the expression of the energy. So what better way to do that than to dance? When you dance, you are completely present. You're not thinking about anything else. When you dance, it's almost impossible for you to be sad or angry or depressed, unless it's a form of expression. You're doing the angry dance. But it is a form in which when people celebrate, they dance. When they dance, they celebrate.
Right.
And so the whole purpose behind Kinergy is to activate people's bodies with this mindfulness as we access the energetic intelligence that we have inside of us to create a higher vibration for us to really see what is possible in the world. When we store that low vibrational energy in our body, we store stuck, stagnant wrong beliefs or beliefs that are not valued in our progression. And so it's really about shifting the belief system. So that's like from below ground zero. When we move our body, we have that visualization and we activate that energy, anything is possible. So my mission is to help people connect to that so they can believe and know within themselves that change, possibility, new paradigms are possible.
And how is the business community dancing into the decade of action? How can they take this energy and change the way we think and the way we act?
So I want to pick up on what you mentioned about the joint transformation, because I think some of the biggest leaders today who are really taking serious step about the global goals are people who are very passionate. Many of them are spiritual. They are. It's like a call. I call it the old souls are calling each other because we are concerned about the future. Because you can say, if you look at the 1.5, people who are signing up to the 1.5, it's not like they exactly know how they're going to reach the 1.5, but they know they must do it, right?
This is the 1.5 campaign for climate action.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I think we live in a world today, and that is what the 17 global goals and the 10 principles are orchestrating, is that people are leading with passion. And when you lead with passion, back to what you mentioned, the joy of transformation, you're actually driving a transformation within your company where you don't totally know exactly how you're going to do this, but you know you need to do this. And this is back to what you mentioned about that you bring yourself into this urgency where your heart is actually taking over. Sometimes you logical way of thinking, and you kind of get obsessed. I normally say to people, like, when you are touched by the SDGs, everything will change for you, because it becomes your mission. I know from myself in the work I do, both around the whole work about women, but also all the 17 global goals. And tomorrow we are launching the SDG Ambition, which is a platform for how to scale and impact with the global goals, is that I'm doing this because I feel I've been called to do this. It's a mission for me. It's nothing else is right. I need to do this. And I think many of the leaders today that take very strong action around the global goals, who are inspiring all the others who haven't yet been touched by the SDGs, are people who do it because they feel that passion so strong. And this is what you talk about, it's really like what you talk about, that you work with yourself. You find out something that is much more important. So the work that I do to inspire people, which I hope I do, even though it's more like you can see on the conservative side, I actually have seen the last couple of years where the global goals are becoming much more strong, that spirituality is becoming normally a normal thing to say and be in the more conservative business worlds. And that has to do with the passion and you know you need to do the change.
Yeah. There's a lot of people out there who don't dance.
Yes,
who are rather against dancing. They're rather shy of dancing.
Yes.
And while you may think they're not thinking about much, they're probably thinking, wow, I'm such a bad dancer. Yeah. And I hope my wife or daughter don't see me dancing. How do you overcome that challenge?
Yeah, you know, when we're babies, we have 30,000 unique movements.
Ah.
And when we are in our high chairs and music comes on, we sit there and we groove, right? And we're not focused on if our parents are saying, ooh, that's good, or that's bad, or you're not that good. You know, it is a freedom of expression.
Right.
There's not enough conditioning that has been laid out for these babies to think, I'm not a good dancer.
Right.
And then somewhere along our journey, you know, our dreams that made us just feel alive, either someone, something, or ourselves doubted ourselves.
Right.
And then put into an idea that's not our own belief, but someone else's belief system, that is what dancing looks like, and you are not a part of that club.
Right.
So it's already giving us a separation.
Right.
But what is dancing? Dancing is movement.
Yeah.
When we look at our bodies are designed to move. Dancing is really just movement with expression. So if we're not expressing ourselves in our lives frequently, we are going to get stiff. We're going to hold all of this unexpressed emotion, and we are going to either get sick, we are going to manifest an injury, we are going to feel disconnected from our body, disconnected from people, and disconnected from the world. And this, the global goals, is all about, what do I believe in? If I'm just supporting something because that's what I'm supposed to do, there's no heart, there's no passion, there's no, like, you can see something, you can hear something, but until you experience it, it's just words.
How can you build the Sustainable Development Goals into your routine?
Yes, absolutely. Well, we can. So Kinergy is actually based in the natural elements, earth, fire, water, air, to connect us to our Kinergy state, which is our most authentic power. So we don't have to go outside of ourselves to connect to nature. We are nature by nature. So if we can connect to the truth of that within us, we are going to value and hold ourselves accountable for the self-love that the planet needs, right? I mean, I'm getting passionate about this right now because it's, you know, it's, you're right. When you can't experience it and you're just told what to do, how are you supposed to care about something? So that's what I mean by, if we're just trying to do what we're expected from the outside, trying to change the world from the outside, it's not sustainable. We have to start from ourselves. If we can change or transform our self and our conditioning and our belief systems that have not really been ours, it's just societal or generationally speaking, cultural, social, whatever it is, if we can unplug from that system and say, what do I feel? What do I know to be true? Whew. Anything is possible. So then the question is, how do I do that?
Right.
And that's what Kinergy does. Kinergy literally gives you tools and education and information that is so simple that you just have to move your body, breathe, and maybe just visualize a few elements. Like, it's so simple. And when you do that, you delayer all this survival tactics that we've built up to take us further away from our truth and what we need in the world.
Do you think, do you relate to some of these issues that are holding women and people back from their passion, mission in life?
If you think about the business community, we recently launched, back to like the way we expect people to think in the business world, we recently launched a science fiction book. Because people often have learned to think more linear. So we found out that there was a lot of link between some of the biggest inventions of today and science fiction movies if you go many, many years back in time. So we created a book that kind of illustrates this. And today, science fiction thinking has actually become one of the best way of trigger creativity. And I call it the la la land, because you're really coming up with craziness of ideas. But the fact of the reality today is that you have technology out there today that you even don't understand the capabilities of. And how are you going to make sure that you benefit from this? And that is that you bring that science fiction mindset into action. And to your point, like, what does it mean to dance? What does it mean to come up with crazy ideas? For a couple of years ago, if you went into the boardroom and said, I just saw whatever kind of science fiction movie was going on, and I think we should change our strategy according to this, people would think that you were crazy, right? But today, science fiction thinking is needed for you to come up with exponential ideas and good enough ideas to be able to solve the global goals. So we need to get out of our comfort zone. And the only way you can convince yourself to do that without being super concerned that people think that you are a little bit crazy is that your passion are so strong that it takes over more or less your brain, right? So you feel that you need to do it. And this is what you talk about, that you begin to use yourself as an instrument for doing what is the right thing for you to do. We all know how it is to be forced into a situation where we do things that somehow doesn't make logic. But this is what people expect of us. We should get away from that, and we should get to know ourselves. And this is what you do. You get people to understand themselves and follow their own strong intuition. Yes, so I believe this is the only way forward to solve the global goals.
Great. Anne Rosenberg from SAP, Julianne Hough, the founder and CEO of Kinergy, Expanded Fitness. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For bringing your words of wisdom to the UN. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.